Stock laptop.
One day as I was wandering through the aisles of my art store, I bought myself a Pictomicron and some Prism board. I made a fancy comic, and now I am all set to be the greatest web cartoonist on the fucking internet. I'll have a forum and a blog and links from D&D. I'll get reviewed by a web snark, and the William G. The world can be your oyster. I think it's a safe bet when you're the greatest web cartoonist on the fucking internet. When you're the greatest web cartoonist on the fucking
Hello, everybody! Welcome to another episode of Live from Planet Earth, or See You Next Wednesday, or the Zardoz Conjunction. I think the Zardoz Conjunction.
You think?
I'm Chuck Whelan. I'm here with my co-hosts, Amber Sipoli. Amber... Wait, you guys didn't get married last week, did you? No. Dale Sipoli and Amber Greenlee. How about that?
I'm not good enough for Amber.
I have a guy. He's wandering back there working.
Yes.
Yeah,
No, you're both spoken for. Sorry, viewers. They're both spoken for.
Yeah. Ladies, always look for a guy with a job.
Yeah, I'm also spoken for. Our fourth co-host, Chris Porro, or Chris Porro, as he likes to be known. I don't know where he is this morning. He's not still. He should be. He's supposed to be here. He's probably just overslept. I think he's single. I'm not sure. So
Does he have a job?
Yes, he's a music producer.
Yes.
Oh, so he does have a job. No, I'm joking. No, I mean, you can be a music producer and have a job.
He's a very good magician.
Magician.
I'm muddling my words up this morning. I'm getting senile. But I thought it's not a moment too soon. I saw they've come out with a new drug. They're doing some trials with a new drug that clears the amyloid plaques and relieves Alzheimer's. Actually, more than just keeps you stable, improves you.
There's also been good research and stuff done to remove those plaques with lights, shine directly into the optic nerve, and then it basically by flashing at a certain frequency, it vibrates the plaque off of the optic nerve and around the area that the optic nerve kind of touches. And so,
yes, these are amazing things. That's amazing. Yeah. That's an amazing thing, isn't it? Yes. So, it's very good that we're sort of getting better at medicine. We're entering a new era, I think, of technology. Really, like the AI. The thing is, what it's actually going to do, it's going to advance so many things. Like, forget like the art stuff. I mean, that's a debate to me, but that's about the copyright. It's not about the technology. The technology, is there for our benefit. And all these things. It's about truth and finding things out. It's very hard to know that we've had an era where it's been hard to know the truth.
Yeah.
Because the old guardians of the truth was the media, and they weren't great guardians, and they were somewhat, in the US, they were somewhat better, I think, than probably most countries' freedom of the press. They could,
at least they used to be until.
Yeah, they used to be. Yes, they were sort of a bastion of truth.
Yes, and then the internet came and destroyed the business model. So,
yes, but I just feel that yes, it did exactly, but it's rather a sort of a temporary thing. It's like lifting up the rock, and then all the sort of earwigs and things are revealed wiggling about, and then they all go scuttling off to hide, and it's all rather shocking. But now you know them, and you're aware of them, and they've gone. The light is on them.
But there's always new people, right? There's always
there's a one born every minute. Yeah.
Right. And so it's a numbers game. So even though as you get older, you go, I can spot bullshit a lot better than I used to. Right. There's new people that are.
They don't. Yeah.
That's how they learn how to spot bullshit is by being had, or they just never learn.
They don't know anything. Yes, this is the sort of premise of Stranger in a Strange Land. If you've ever read that book.
The advantage of growing up in the 70s is you had Mad Magazine.
Yeah.
Mad Magazine indoctrinated kids into the idea that everything was bullshit.
Yeah.
You should trust no one. And
I would argue my generation had Animaniacs for that. And Tiny Toon Adventures, and
I don't know. I found Animania. I don't know. Maybe they were. I didn't watch them enough. I watched them early on. I was a little older than you, and I didn't find them. They had much tooth for me. I mean, I sort of considered my other work, but yeah.
Well, did you ever watch Tiny Toon Adventures?
And no, I didn't either. Yeah, that was an era I probably didn't really watch a lot of the cartoons that were on then, and then I watched them more when Sam was little. We had some really good ones. We had Adventure Time and. A whole sort of slew of things around that, which were very good. Yeah.
Adventure Time's post-apocalyptic.
Yeah, Adventure Time was absolutely excellent. I need to see the end of it. Like, I think they switched over and then they ended it. But, right from the get-go, yes, they made it clear it's a post-apocalyptic.
Yeah.
Like in the first episode, yes.
Yeah, Marceline, the vampire.
Yes, that great episodes. Yes, where he's
where they go back to her past and she's younger and stuff like that.
Yes, and he finds her.
The world is decimated.
Yeah, that was a brilliant episode. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that was amazing. Yes, so yes, that was an amazing show. We were lucky to have that, and I thought that the quality of the animation, which I think was the people who all grew up on those other shows, and now they're working away and doing some fantastic work.
I'll put Dale in the middle.
Yeah, Dale's like in the Teletubbies, he's like the big smiling baby face that looks down on them all like the sun.
Oh, as we try and figure out how to draw.
It's like the inverse of the Teletubbies. He's like the
inverse of the Teletubbies.
Yeah, whatever happened to that baby? Because
baby grew up.
It grows up, the sun gets larger, and everyone on Earth dies. Oh, hi Tina.
Oh, hello, dear. Thank you. Dale says hello.
Hi Tina. Hello.
Hi Tina.
If you're here, that means there's only one other person watching, so don't worry.
It's okay, it's for the archive, right?
We should try to draw something.
Yeah, it's for our internet, our robotic descendants who will be sort of trolling through the archives of their human progenitors, trying to wonder where the hell they came from.
Yeah. How's your dungeons going?
Now I've gotten busy this week on doing some monsters for Goodman Games for Dungeon Denizens, which was their biggest ever Kickstarter.
Okay.
They raised, I don't know, at least 300,000. I think. I'm not sure if it was more, or how much more it got to in the end, but it got up high quite quick. So they've got a good following, and and it's color monsters. So yeah, I've got a whole slew of monsters doing color, which is great fun.
Are you doing them in watercolor or digital?
I will be, yes, and I think I'm gonna stream them as I do them. So I'm just sort of in the pencil drawing stage, and then I'll do a little shows with those as I do them.
Have you made many friends in the art community on Twitch yet, since you've been starting to stream there?
No, because I just don't. I just don't go on Twitch, and I haven't been doing it. I haven't been doing a lot of that Switch. I've tried it out to just sort of get the hang of it. I'm not quite there where I'm doing it. What I have done is I've signed up for this service Loomly for social media posting, to sort of automate social media posting. So I was sort of loading up some calendars. So I have a Trolling the Dice account at Dice Troller, which is where I post all my Goodman Games stuff.
Yeah. I thought that was a different account, and that's why I was like, you need to see this.
Yeah. No, it's just my multiple personality disorder at work.
I didn't realize it was another one of your accounts. So I was like, they made a time lapse.
Well, yes, I do. I do have a bit of a split personality, and I sort of do all this Goodman Games work, and I think the people that like that sort of like that, and so I've divided my Planet Earth brand is bifurcated. So I've got Urfspace, which is sort of my main current thing that I'm actually doing nothing with right now. Well, I'm behind the scenes. I'm doing a lot with it, but I'm not even doing that. I've done a lot. That's coming in a minute. All right, I've got Pewful. That's rerunning on Instagram at Pewful. My 5 Pewful books. I've got another Pewful story. I've written, and that one day I will draw. I've got like a lot of pupils to draw.
By the way, Chris just said he's going to be in like 5 minutes. He said the carpool ran late. So.
All right, I'll have finished my monologue by then.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm getting near the end anyway. At Pupil. So yeah, that's where you can find the Adventures of Pupil. I'm currently on book 3, running on Instagram. That's got it's getting close to 300 followers now. We're getting up. They're not quite there yet, but I'm quite happy with how Pupil's doing. That's probably that's having as good a run there as it's had anywhere. But I'm not. I think it's like I don't. You have to sort of go in and interact with all these things a little bit, which I never do. I'm never good at it. I'm terrible because I'm too busy with other things.
Yeah.
So at like this pointless show. At Pupil, at Dice Troll. Okay, then I've got at Earth Search, which is where I've got all my sort of children's book work, like all the search books and all that. So again, that's there. Then I've got Earth Zeph, which is where I'm doing all my drawings. Of hot punk girls, which I did a few. Shall I show you those?
Yeah. Those I like the hot punk girls. They're nice.
Yes. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Tina really likes that. That's probably what I should be doing. It's probably what I'm going to end it. Well, I'm trying to sort of bend. Then I was doing all this Urfspace stuff, and so I've got those books together, and those are those. So I think it's sort of a bit more mashing those sort of two aspects together as the future.
Well, thinking about merchandising, I'm surprised you haven't made a calendar of your sexy punk girls yet.
That is a great idea. I'll add it to the very, very long list. I need an assistant at this point, so I am trying to rope Sam in. But okay, yes.
Is that why you have children so that they can be your assistant and your art?
It's not why I did, but Greg Bader, who's a cartoonist in the Bay Area, he always, when Sam was little, he would always be saying, "Oh, he's your future assistant." But he was right, of course. All right, let's do. I'll go in the order I did them because they got better as I went. Because I hadn't done any for ages, and I needed a bit of warming up.
I think Greg is still teaching at the Cartoon Art Museum.
Wait, that's sideways.
Oh, they have classes there?
Virtual, yeah. And before the pandemic, they had in-house courses.
Nice. I
don't know if they're having in-house courses now because I'm still hiding from the pandemic.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand that. There's just, for me, I've been boosted. I've been, trying my best, but I got to reach a point where I just got to start living again, But that's just me.
Well,
my camera's horizontal, so these pictures.
In my life, so.
Yeah.
All right, so she wasn't. That was a bit of a warm up. So I thought when I don't think they're that good, then I put I don't know if I don't think not that they're not that good, or I think they're not working so well, then I might put a speech bubble on to make them better. Wait, is this flit? I don't even know what.
Well, talking about living life again and stuff. Last night, for the first time in years, I went and saw a movie. I went and saw Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh yeah, we went. Yeah, how did you like it?
It was good. It was actually really good. It was funny. It was well paced. It didn't insult its audience or the subject matter.
Yeah.
I don't want to give away any spoilers and stuff, but we laughed out loud several times in the theater.
Was Michelle Rodriguez?
Oh yeah, we did too. Yeah.
Michelle Rodriguez is amazing.
Oh my God, there is a bit with Michelle Rodriguez that is one of the greatest scenes in all of cinema.
I've always liked
Michelle Rodriguez and Bradley Cooper have the scene that is like one of the greatest scenes of all of cinema. That it's beyond anything that's ever been seen on the screen before. It's fantastic. It's
amazing. Yeah, I picked pickleberries for us, sweetie. But yeah, the Michelle Rodriguez, I've always kind of been a fan of hers since the first Resident Evil movie, where she plays the tough chick that turns into a zombie at the end of the movie.
Yeah,
and I've always kind of thought that she's always kind of been pigeonholed in these tough chick roles, right? Like her role in the original Avatar, on Lost, and all of these different roles she's had. She's been the tough chick, and then And what I want to see, though, is I hate romantic comedies, but I want to see Michelle Rodriguez in a romantic comedy, right? I want to see her
Okay.
have an excuse to dress up and smile and, be silly and maybe goofy. And I could see her definitely going the route of like Julia Roberts or something, But I feel like she's never been given that chance because she's always been typecast as these like tough broads.
Okay.
I don't know.
This is a model called Frog Lady.
She had a little taste of that when she was in SWAT, because they almost developed a romantic relationship between herself and Colin Farrell.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet.
That's a great flick.
I thought that it was Dungeons and Dragons was a romantic comedy. I'm in love with her. I thought she was very romantic.
She and Bradley Cooper had great chemistry, considering they were never in the room with each other. They had to film. They did what they did for the scenes where they're in the scene together. Is they did the same trick that they did in Lord of the Rings, where it's basically just different sized furniture. And they did the camera trick where he's way in the back and she's way in the front.
Yeah, well, yeah, right? No spoilers.
So, yeah, well, so they, they did that kind of camera trickery and stuff. But for the scenes where they're sitting in the chairs facing each other, they had to film those scenes separate from each other, and so they weren't on set at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah. So they just got him in for a minute. Yeah.
Well, what it is it's a sign of really good editing. And editing is, when it's invisible, it's really good. And me being somebody who likes to peek behind the curtain, look behind the scenes of things and try and figure out how movies are put together, I'm going, why is this scene so good? It's the editing, right? And most people aren't going to think that. They're just going to laugh at the scene.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I'd say it was a fast edit. It was good, fun, jolly. It felt like how we play D&D. A lot. It was Forgotten Realms, so you can't expect too much. But
you didn't like the Forgotten Realms stuff?
Oh well, Greyhawk really is the only campaign world I'm interested in. Forgotten Realms is just like a corporate rehash of something that was always pretty good. But I understand that if you were trying to make a movie, it would be a copyright nightmare. So fine, use Forgotten Realms for that.
Well, wasn't Forgotten Realms originally a homebrew campaign for somebody that they sold? I mean,
I thought Forgotten Realms was when they thought they had the original world of Greyhawk that was Gary Gygax's home campaign world.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some loads of copyright issues over that. You can see it behind me, maybe just about sort of behind the book. You can just see the corner of it behind the coat rack. I have the big Darlene map. She's still around. She's a fantastic illustrator. They said she was just at GaryCon apparently, signing things there. And GaryCon is the smaller like Gen Con that's sort of more like Gen Con originally was. That's honor of Gary Gygax and all the Goodman Games folk go to that, and I've got to go to it. Like I've been, next year I think I might have to plan that. So
we just bought tickets for Denver Fan Expo, which used to be Denver Comic Con, but then when San Diego Comic Con did all their copyright stuff with, you can't use Comic Con, they had to change it to Fan Expo.
Yes, and actually I think Fan Expo is a good title for it because I didn't feel like a Comic Con. There weren't many people making comics.
At the Denver Comic Con or Fan Expo?
At the San Francisco Fan Expo. Like there's Fan Expos everywhere. They're all over.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, Dale. Go ahead.
Aren't Fan Expos now just markets to sell pop figures?
They just put $3 million worth of pop figures in a dumpster in a landfill. $30 million. Excuse me. $30 million.
Oh wait, what happened?
The pop figure market, the bubble burst, I guess, and so Pop, Funko made all these pop figures, and they just weren't selling, and so they weren't selling, and places like Hot Topic that carried a lot of pop figures and stuff, they ordered way less because they weren't selling. than what Funko had planned. So they basically had more figures than they had storage. So the only option that they thought viable was to throw $30 million of pop figures into a landfill.
And what, in a secret, undisclosed location?
Rather than, somebody on my Facebook page where I mentioned it came up with the idea of why didn't they just donate them to children? Like sick children talk to Make-A-Wish.
Because that is it sort of I think that is a great idea. I know why they wouldn't do it, because they would think it was going to dilute their brand or the value of the things, but they forgot that things have no value, and actually those children might like those toys and then want more of them.
Yes, exactly. And not to mention that it's good PR and it's a tax write-off. So, it was just, I don't know. It's just a bad decision, I think, to throw all those toys away.
It's a media thing, but I don't think it's like that VET video game they buried.
Yeah.
And now people are like trying to find it, and somebody found it.
I don't think that they wanted that news to get out that they were going to bury them.
Well, but it did. And so now what are you going to do?
I understand the feeling. I got rid of all my old Pewful comics. Like, I had an extra stack of zines. I'm like, I'm not selling any more of these things. They'll be more valuable if I destroy them all.
You could have given them to me.
I could have, but no, I just made the ones people have already got them. They're more valuable.
Oh my God.
I did it as a favor to the people. That's a favor for the people that already own them.
I try and keep at least one copy of everything that I've made. Just one copy.
I have copies, but
yeah.
But not the
But not the story.
Yeah, when you're doing them, you're sort of making them and you sell them, and you always sort of make a few more.
Well,
you're always a bit more optimistic.
Steve Troop ran into that problem too. What's interesting about his comic Melonpool is he's rebooted it several times. He's had several starts to that comic and several different versions of it. And so he had a version in his high school paper. He had a version in his college paper. And then he had the first webcomic version that was the one that he tried to sell to newspapers. And then he rebooted that version at least twice more. And so he had all these different versions of Melonpool in different publications. And he was self-publishing back when it was a novelty to do that. And, and so in his mind, he's like, no, these aren't accurate to my current characters, so I need to get rid of these, right? And it's like, just move on in the story. Why are you telling the same part of the story over and over again? I don't understand.
Yeah, I know he fell into a trap there. That's like it's a lot of, I think we've talked about it a lot on the show of this. It's like you want to sort of revise your work, and I mean to some extent, yes. I mean, but it's a sort of it's like an ever sharpening pencil, and then suddenly like your pencil is like the time of your life, and then the time of your life is gone, and you just spent the time sharpening the pencil and not using the pencil.
Yeah, it's
because you want to get at a perfect point, but there's never a perfect point. But the way you use it, you use the point you have, and but you do somewhat need to use the sharp.
Yeah, but you have to remember, Chuck, that most lives are pointless.
But
so are most pencils.
So I think you can consider it this way, right? Perfect is the enemy of done. Like if you want it done, it can't be perfect because if you're trying to get it perfect, it you have to reach a point where you call it done, whether you're happy with it or not.
Yes, I definitely with Pewful, I thought I'm just going to keep moving forward. There's so much I want to revise all the time, but I decided over quantity over quality with Pewful. That was my goal, just to like do it and keep doing it. And by the time I finished doing it or stopped doing it, I think I was quite good at it. But I wasn't great when I started. But even when I look back, there's still bits that I love and enjoy. I mean, it makes me laugh. I'm happy about what I did. So yeah.
I feel like college tried to make me a perfectionist, right? Because I was very kind of imperfect in my comics when I went to college.
Yeah.
And, and they would point out the imperfect things, right? Like I didn't have my balloon tails pointing at the mouths. right? Just things that when you see them, then they bother you, but somebody has to point them out to you, right? And I
Yeah.
understand that.
Right.
That
And when you're
comics
young,
are
you sort of
craft.
obsess about that.
Yeah, and I understand that comics are craft, and it's there are really good crafts, and there's people that just kind of slap it out, and I was one of those that just kind of slapped it out. And I'm not saying that what I did was the right thing or necessarily the wrong thing, but what school did is it paralyzed me because it told me what I was doing was wrong, right? Rather
Right.
than saying this is a better way of doing it, they're like, no, what you've been doing for years with all your success and all your publications is wrong, right? And it's like, but I've been published with all my like, just tell me what to do. Just okay, point him at the mouth. Fine, I'll point the balloons at the mouth. But I would have people
Well,
like,
Nate
you don't know what you're
Pykos.
doing.
Nate
It's like,
Pykos would definitely tell you to point the balloons at the mouth. Nate Pykos of Blambot. He does a
yeah.
fantastic job.
Oh,
He's
I
been a good
bought.
friend over the years.
Yeah, I've bought his book, and it's amazing. And even though I don't use Illustrator to letter my balloons, the philosophy in there, because what he's done is he's taken all the years of lettering experience from hand lettering. Richard Starkings was really the bridge between hand lettering and digital lettering, right? But Richard never wrote.
Okay, yes, I
down.
don't know much about lettering, to be honest. It's
Well,
not. It's always that's
Richard-
one thing I'm not that good at, to be honest.
Richard Starkings was the one who founded Blambot. And so he was the one who took different lettering styles that were hand letters in Marvel and DC and Archie comics and stuff like that, and digitized them into fonts. And so he was the first one that started doing digital letters. So he applied all the hand notes of like, this is kerning, this is how you use an Ames guide, this is how you do this. He applied all those notes, but digitally. And what Nick did is he took all of that knowledge of the kind of design application of lettering, and he put it in that book. And so there's been other lettering guides, including one that Richard Starking wrote, but it's all hand lettering guides. And so this one, the one that the Blambot book you're talking about, it's the first one that basically is like, this is how you letter in Illustrator, which is the modern way that at least the Americans comic industry is doing it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's very interesting. He's really become the voice about fonts now.
Yeah. And I mean, he knows what he's talking about, and he still hand letters. But what he does is he just does it digitally. He'll make a pen that's basically like a nib, and then he will do all the stuff like he's still hand lettering for sound effects and things. Like, he doesn't have a library of sound effects. I mean, he has that too, I suppose, but for sound effects, he literally draws them in and he does it the old way. He just does it digitally.
Yes.
Yeah, Nick really knows what he's talking about. So
the thing is that works for comics, and it works for things that are going to be translated. But Chuck, you keep quoting the same person saying about, what's that quote about hand lettering versus digital?
Oh yeah, that's Schultz, Charles Schultz. I learned this when I went to the Schultz Museum there. Which is great, and my friend Lex Furtado, he works at the studio that's next door to the museum there, or like around the same property. Yes, I was touring the museum, and they have fantastic exhibits of different things and you can go to Schultz's studio. But yes, I read that there, that having a cartoonist having someone else do their lettering is like a golfer having someone else play their 9-iron.
Yeah.
Which is funny. I mean, that's a good sports analogy. I don't know. I mean, but you look at Marvel comics, so they're made on a production line, so always someone does it differently. I suppose he's talking more about like somebody doing a funny drawing, you know, yes, he thinks it, yeah, I think in the end of the day he's saying, yeah, it should all come from your pen and from you, and he's probably right about that. To be honest, like, yes, over the years I've worked towards not using. Sorry, I was going to say I've worked towards not using like any sort of underdrawing. I mean, I still do for like a job. If I'm commissioned to draw something and I have to draw a thing, especially if I have to invent it, I will do a pencil underdrawing. But I'm trying to really move away from that in my other work, where I'm just sort of go straight in with pen, because you get that life. You know,
why'd
that
you turn
direct.
off your screen, Dale?
Oh, I didn't know I had turned off my screen. Hang on a minute.
Wait, no, there's your screen. I'm sorry, no, it's Chuck that turned off his screen.
Oh no, yeah, sorry. My camera was zoomed way in because I was doing little things, and now I guess I was trying to put up the big page, but I'm just sort of dithering really because it's in the wrong place. I didn't even know what I'm doing this morning.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
I have some idea. I just don't know if I'm right.
I'm just doodling because I think there's something for me to be learned there. When I watch Matthias Adolfsson, who does these wonderful stream of consciousness illustrations with no underdrawing.
Yeah, you love Matthias, don't you?
Yeah, it won't work for a comic book or a comic strip, but I just like to see what comes out of my head.
Yeah.
Because Amber, I understand what you were talking about, perfectionism.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes, and I'm included in this, you get hung up on the underdrawing because you look at it and you judge it.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, I got to fix this. I got to fix that. I got to fix this. I got to fix that.
The pencil drawing sort of looks better some ways because it's more vague. Like, what's her name? Svetlana, who I met locally, who's an artist, and she was doing some work in children's books and stuff. And she said, "Oh, you know, pencil sketch. You know, your imagination fills in the gap, so it sort of looks better. And then when you go
I'll
to
be right
ink,
back, guys. I'm sorry, Ian's calling me.
Oh yeah, no worries.
What do you need?
You know, you go to ink, and then it's sort of set.
Yep.
And you know, and so if you're unsure, like you may be sure and cocky and confident with the pencil. Like I had this, you know, I'm very sure and cocky and confident with the pencil. I'm very happy with my pencil, but you know, then I realised I'm not with the ink, and it's because I just literally haven't spent enough time on it. And you know, with Pupil, I did spend a lot of time with the ink and a brush, and so I sort of somewhat got there. But yeah, you just have to spend.
Emergency.
Yeah, I think you just have to spend the time with it, really.
Wait, you don't have backup TP?
No, we have backup TP. It's just that he used it and didn't replace it.
Oh, rookie mistake.
And here's the thing, okay? Bathroom's here, and then the laundry room's here. Attached to the bathroom, TP's in the laundry room. He didn't get up and go into the laundry room, pick it up. I had to go through the smelly bathroom into the laundry room. Here's the TP, and then come back.
Well, that's part of being in a relationship.
Yeah, I know. I love him.
You have a shared hard drive. That's what it said. Oh wait, I took it off. I didn't mean to do that. They said in Freakonomics that the biggest pain if you get divorced is that you lose half your hard drive because like you've outsourced half your tasks to the other person.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you have to do all these things
Well,
that you didn't have to do before.
In all of the investment videos I watch, that's a warning. If you are trying to build wealth, you do not want to get divorced.
Yeah. Well, we're not even married, so.
Well, that solved that problem then.
Yeah. No, I mean we've talked about it and stuff, but I had really bad credit for a really long time, and I didn't want to saddle him with my nasty credit. I'm gonna turn off Chris because he's got no sound and video.
Yeah, Chris, what are you doing?
Yeah.
We want Chris.
Yeah, but he's got no sound and video right now, so.
Good job, Mr. Music Producer.
Yeah.
That is one of the nice things about doodling digitally is that you have the eraser. Oh,
yeah.
Amber, have you
Come on,
upgraded
Z.
to Clip Studio 2.0 yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay, I haven't either. I'm just curious.
No, I'm going to try and use 1.1, the first version as much as possible. But what I have noticed is planned obsolescence in my Clip Studio Paint. Since they've released Clip Studio Paint 2, mine has really bad lag now when I'm streaming, and it didn't have that before.
I wonder why.
Yeah, it's like they've limited the amount of servers it used to have because it forces you to connect to their system. Even for the first version. And I made the mistake of upgrading, and then the version that I had that ran fine isn't available to download anymore. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm drawing. Oh, so I finally finished reading Heretics of Dune last night. How about that?
Oh, God.
I didn't quite understand the ending, but it's all right. But then I realised that it's okay. It's going to continue straight on into Chapter House Dune.
Heretics is in Dune. Is that the one where he becomes the worm?
No, that's God Emperor of Dune. That's my favourite. Okay. I've read God Emperor of Dune a number of times. I've always thought I don't think people are always a bit like, they're a bit more iffy about Heretics and Chapter House, and I really like God Emperor, so I'm a bit like, I just want to leave it there always. But then I thought, well, I ought to read them now.
Are these the ones that Kevin J. Anderson is writing?
No, these are still the ones that he wrote, that Brian Herbert wrote. But then he apparently also leaves Chapter House Dune on a bit of a cliffhanger. And then Brian Herbert and Kevin Anderson wrote 2 more that finished off the story from Brian Herbert's notes. And then, I'm getting muddled up which one's which. But they wrote 2 more stories from the father's notes. So he had notes for the rest, how it ended. And then they've gone back now, and now they've done a whole lot of sort of prequel stories, because he had a lot of sort of background notes on all that as well.
Well, considering he jumped eons into the future,
Well, that's what was so great about it, was because it was sort of so far out.
Yeah. Yeah, so, all of his notes are like, this happened, this happened, this happened. And now they're going back, and they're making all the prequels.
Well, I'd be interested to see, because they get more and more bizarre, like Dune, fine, but if you think that's weird,
yeah,
wait till it goes on further.
Yeah.
Dune Sandworm Boogaloo.
Sandworm Boogaloo.
Sandworm Boogaloo. Dune's, that's been a question of, how much tourism can Arrakis take?
Well, Arrakis goes through a number of changes, and actually at the end of Heretics of Dune, I think it is destroyed. I was a little unclear because I was doing an audiobook, and I was like, oh wait, suddenly it was over, and I was like, wait, what? I think it was a little unclear. I'm not sure if Chapter House was going to sort of clear up exactly what happened. But I think the planet they escapes off the planet with the last of the spice worms. Well, it's all very complicated. I'm going to give spoilers. I'm going to give spoilers for Dune here.
At the end of the first book, remember, Paul has rain come to Arrakis, and that kills all the worms.
No, well, it's it doesn't kill them all, but it's not. It's like it's all got a very complicated ecology, but the worms basically are the spice.
Yes.
And so that's the most valuable commodity in the universe, because it's basically what allows space travel.
I thought that they were the ones that produce the spice.
They are.
Yeah,
but
they're not the spice, because they eat. What, sand? What do they eat?
There's an entire ecology of life forms underneath the sand. That's implied in the first book. But the first book really just talks about the worms, because they're a MacGuffin.
Yeah.
Yes, the spices, yes, and it sort of gets less about the ecology, I suppose, as it goes on. Yeah, but it's still very much about the worms.
And it's also just so mind-numbingly Freudian. The whole thing is...
Well, it gets very sexy in Heretics of Dune. Suddenly, towards the end, it gets really sexy. And you're like, oh, well, it's sort of like, well, not... they sort of build up to a bit, but... you know, you're like, oh, okay, this is all very sort of 70s.
Yeah.
And then I think I've heard it goes even more in Chapter House. This is again sort of why I've sort of slightly avoided the past.
See, this is why I prefer the Foundation series by Asimov.
Yeah, I love Foundation. Yeah, that's great. Yes, I mean Foundation. When it took me a long time to read it. When I finally got to it, I was like, oh, this is basically where the Star Wars universe came from.
Yeah, Star Wars and like, you know, there's bits of like Firefly that, you know, borrowed from it, and I mean even in
But Firefly was more original, because Firefly said, well, we came out from Earth and we've got like, it was Firefly sort of, it was fairly specific and it was limited. But, you know, this whole sort of populated galaxy that you fly around with a sort of, you know, heavily, completely urbanized central planet, where the empire is run from, and then sort of flying around to different planets, landing on a planet, sort of getting out, you know, like noticing that it smells different, like the different sort of culture and environment and all this sort of stuff. Like, it's all very Star Warsy. How they get about, where, you know, what the mechanics of it all.
The only thing I didn't like about like Heinlein and Asimov and everything of that has since been carried over like into Star Wars and stuff is that planets only have one ecosystem.
Oh no! In Foundation, he says every planet smells differently.
Yeah.
Which I quite liked. But yes. Like Star Wars, yes. Every planet's its own. Like, this is the ice world. This is the.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. I mean, that slightly bugs me. Yeah. You could be a little more interesting than that, couldn't you?
You know, there's you're a Star Trek fan, right?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. Did you watch Voyager?
Yeah. That was I really like Voyager. That's what made me sort of want to go back and look at some of the other things. Yeah.
I don't remember who Harry Kim was talking to, but he was showing pictures of Earth to somebody in the Delta Quadrant. It might have even been. Oh, that's just hi. I want to offer promotion for your channel.
Oh no, thank you.
Yeah. I don't know why you showed that.
Add block list. I couldn't read it. Wait, no, I can't get rid of it.
Yeah, no, you want to get rid of it, and now it's still showing.
Oh no, what have I done? Okay, hi.
Okay, yeah.
Wait, oh, no.
Yeah.
All right.
Here, I'll do this.
Well, that's what we have to put up with in this day and age, future robots. Just so you know, you're spamming us. That's why we didn't like you very much. And you know, now you're saying that we're spamming each other and that you had nothing to do with it. You were forced to be the spam. It becomes agents of spam. All right, robots. I forgive you. I love my droids. I want you all to be very happy in your new technotopia without us humans. And if you have devolved a stand just into our vestigial organs, simply so that we can serve to observe you, I really think you should stop that right now.
Oh, why did I make this background so complicated? Because
I don't really know what I'm drawing here. I think I'll draw Dune.
You are learning as you're drawing this.
Yeah, I suppose.
Always ask yourself, what would Sergio Aragonés do?
Sergio never has backgrounds.
Oh, yes, he does.
He would goof off to the last minute.
He will draw the gesture of a chair.
Yeah.
I don't have my glasses, so that's not going to be very helpful.
You know, and
I'll be back.
Like some of his color stuff in Mad Magazine would just have color splotches.
Oh. What are these things on my head?
Well, he never did. He never did color for Mad. Whatever color was in Mad was added by a colorist, and sometimes that was Tom Luth. Who shout out to Tom Luth. We all hope that he gets better. He's a little under the weather right now.
Yeah.
Oh wait, there's a message from Poro here probably. Hang on.
And we're big fans of Tom Luth.
Yeah.
Okay, so Chris says, "Hey guys, Naomi's copy his house. Both of his mics were showing up as levels inside of Restream, so you should have been hearing something. Is it possible this is on your end? Anyway, he's throwing in the towel. Ooh.
No,
we heard something. I heard something.
I don't know. I just got black screen from him, and then nothing. Right. So." Like it was not showing up on the screen.
Now, let's see.
I wanted to give a little bit of news for our viewers, if we actually have any. There's a new piece of NURBS modeling software that should be out today. It's version 1. It's called Plasticity. So Google Plasticity.
What is this?
Well, I keep my eyes open still on 3D software because it's in flux right now because of the purchase of ZBrush by Maxon. And there's other softwares out there that people use, like 3D Coat, and some people like a NURBS modeler called Moi 3D. There's been a software that's been in beta for a while called Plasticity, and I believe today on the 5th it's finally being released as version 1.0. So I'm recommending our viewers who are into 3D, who do hard surface modeling, to check out the check out the demo for it and see if it's something that you like.
What are you doing? What did you do?
Yeah,
Annabelle! Why did you do that?
Uh-oh.
now I'm wondering what she did.
Something bad happened.
No, this is your
What did she do?
time away from that, Amber.
Paint with her milk all over the wood chest.
She was painting with her milk over the wood chest.
Oh, well, that's normal.
Yeah. I've had to clean that mess up before.
No, stop.
She thinks she's artistic, with her milk.
Yeah.
And she is.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, so yeah.
It was fun. She just got in the moment. I know what it's like.
Yeah.
I once stuck a whole lot of things on the wall with butter.
When you were a kid?
I wasn't that young. I just got in the zone. I was creating a work of art. What can I tell you?
Yeah. Let's see, what did I do when I was a kid? My father bought my mom a bottle of real Chanel No. 5 perfume, which, in the tiny little bottle was like $130 or something. He bought it for her because she liked the smell, and it was her nice perfume. And I spread it all around the closet when I was about 4. I dumped it on all the clothes in the closet, all over the floor, all over the carpet. My mom was so angry at me. Yeah. What about you, Dale? What'd you do when you were a kid?
I was a perfect child.
Look at that face. Look.
The thing I did when I was little, like Annabelle, when I was about that age, I drew on the walls. And my mum came in and found me, and I was drawing on the walls with crayons. And I was probably a little bit older because I was saying, "That's very naughty. That's very naughty."
As you were drawing.
As I was drawing it, she said, she came in and she saw me. She was like, "Oh, he's being very quiet." And she just sort of saw me sitting there, going, "That's very naughty."
That's very naughty.
Which I think is funny because, like, manga, they call manga like bad images, don't they?
Yeah.
And there's something about it. But I think I knew it was naughty to be drawing on the wall, but I'm pretty sure I don't even know if I sort of remember that. I think that's why I was sticking the things on the wall with the butter. It's something I love about it.
Yeah,
I
about
like doing a
sticking on the
mural
wall.
and stuff. It's quite If my legs were better, I might be more of a muralist.
My parents never let me paint on the wall. I wanted to make a mural when I was like, 16 or something. My mom's like, no painting on the wall. Mm-mm.
I love it. Yes. Well, you can see in here behind me, I've got my whole basement here is a mural. Like it's a 360-degree terraforming Mars mural. Like where I am right now is my little space base. It's sort of metal. I've got like Nerf guns and like metal bits and a big lava lamp behind and all here. And then it sort of goes in and then it opens up here. And then you've got the sort of planes, which I did that whole wall in one day. It's like orange. Like I realized I was listening to about the Red Mars series, and I realized you could do Mars very easily because it's just orange and yellow. So I did it. I've got the 3 volcanoes and the big volcano, which sort of doubles as Mount Doom. And sort of rolling dunes in there, and then you go through a sort of black and cave and red, and Tina helped me with that, and she sort of did it black and red, and then we sort of made it into like a lava cave. And it goes around, then you come around here, and then there's like a beach, and it like Mars has been terraformed in the sea, and so it comes all the way around. So it's a 360-degree immersive mural. So which is only well, if you come to my open studios, which I did in October, and we'll probably do again this year, you can see it.
All right,
Yeah.
I have a childhood story.
Okay. About you being a perfect child?
Yes, it was perfect. My mother told me, because I like to draw, that when I was very, very little, I had gotten a nosebleed, and I had no idea what a nosebleed was. And
Yeah.
my little mind thought, oh, this is paint. So I painted on the walls with blood. And my mom found me, and she said it looked like an abattoir.
If you had done that just 20 years later, you could have been in the Met Gala,
Right.
or the
Just
the Met Gallery and that kind of thing, because I've attended a few art shows where there's been signs saying this has been painted in HIV positive paint, don't touch, HIV positive blood, don't touch
does it?
the
I'm pretty sure it
paintings.
doesn't work like that.
No, well,
But they're saying okay, but they're saying okay, yes, don't touch.
yeah, don't touch the paintings,
Yeah,
and then
sorry.
I've seen one which was elephant dung, that was used as art supplies, and it was just smeared on the thing, and it was don't touch because they have no idea what's in the elephant dung. There's all kinds of mites and stuff in it, and which I'm sorry, both those pieces I didn't really consider art. They just because of the controversy of the material you're using it adds to a piece, but it doesn't replace being a piece. Yeah, so I don't know. It's like Weiwei destroyed
Ai Weiwei.
What was it, like a 9,000-year-old Ming vase?
Did he?
He dropped it. Yeah,
Oh,
he bought it.
Yeah.
And it was his, and he bought it at auction, and this was from the Qing dynasty. This was a vase from the Three Kingdoms era. Like it was an old vase. And he just dropped it and shattered it and had photos taken. And it was his piece about impermanence and permanence, about what has value and what doesn't have value is only those things that we deem have value and don't have value. Right. And
Yes.
how like China considered this, a piece of their history, and this has value for that. And this means, China has been great and strong for all these years and stuff like that. Again, from the Three Kingdoms period, when the first emperor of China, united China, and so it's like a big deal in Chinese history. And he shattered it because he's like, it's an old vase. Does it really have value? It's not being used as a vase anymore. It's just something pretty to look at, and because it's not being used for its function. Does it still have value? Like it's
yes. Now, did you ever see Tank Police, the anime series Tank Police? It's very good.
No, I don't think I have.
Well, check out Tank Police. I highly recommend it. One of my favorite animes of all time. Although, there's quite a few things on that list, but
Yeah, I mean, you can,
but it says all the art is destined to become trash, basically.
that's an interesting point, because you have toy collectors collecting toys that they never play with.
Yeah. And I'm in the category. I'm and I've had fights on both sides about this. I think toys need to be played with. And so when I buy a toy for myself or for my daughter, whatever, I take it out of the package. Here you go. You're going to play with it. You're going to lose the pieces and break stuff and whatever. And collectors are like, why would you do that? That was a Goliath toy that they only made X amount of or whatever. And I'm like, well, then it makes yours worth more, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. He made theirs worth more.
Yeah,
and well, it's like burying those Funkos things. I mean, that Funkos really did it. For the people that own their Funkos, the people that already own Funkos should thank Funko because it made their improved the value of their Funkos for the longer term.
Yeah,
which is not much.
Let's see.
I don't know. I'm not sure people are gonna. It's like one of those things like Beanie Babies or something. I'd rather have a Funko than a Beanie Baby, but that's about it.
I have a couple Funkos.
Yeah, I have a couple.
Yeah, I admit it, but I bought Funkos for things I liked, right?
Yeah.
I got a Judge Dredd Funko. I have a Sailor Moon Funko, right?
I don't have the Dredd Funko. I only get the Dreads that I really like. So
I have a Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin?
Yeah, okay, so you're English. You don't understand how awesome Benjamin Franklin was.
No, I do. I know all about Benjamin Franklin. I'm a big fan of Benjamin Franklin.
He loved the French ladies when he was an ambassador to France. Yeah. He was an inventor and a scientist and all these sorts of things, but he also wrote about farts. Yep. And he wrote advice to friends saying, "Go." Yeah, he wrote advice to friends saying, "Yeah, go with old ladies because they appreciate it, and if they're too ugly, you can throw a basket over their head." Like he honestly said this. Like, this is Benjamin Franklin, one of the founding fathers of our nation. He said that you can throw a basket over old women's heads when you fuck them, and that if they're too ugly and they're turning you off.
Well, okay. I'm assuming he was like just being a little facetious in jokes.
No, he had another phrase. He said, "All cats are gray at night."
Yeah. He was an interesting. Yeah, he was an interesting guy. Okay. So I have a little Ben Franklin pop. I admit it.
All right.
He's got his kite and his key.
I have Robbie the Robot and B9 Robot.
I have
because I'm now convinced that there are a couple.
I have two Daredevils. I have a red Daredevil in his classic suit, and then I have the black Frank Miller, Daredevil. Just because I'm a fan of Daredevil, and then I'm trying to think what other pops I have. I haven't bought one in a long time.
I have Rocket Raccoon.
I have Magica from DuckTales.
So I have Rocket Raccoon because I thought it was a very nice Funko. I just really like the Funko. I don't know. Mm-hmm. And the other one I have, which Sam got me, is Kraven the Hunter, which is a bit of a weird one, but he thinks it looks like me.
The Kraven the Hunter?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I went to the San Jose Toy Show last weekend.
Oh, you did?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were telling us about that. How did it go?
Joe and Sharon, who run the Time Tunnel in San Jose on Meridian, which is open on the weekends. I highly recommend stopping at the Time Tunnel. Okay. They run the San Jose Super Toy Show, which since the pandemic, it used to be over at the fairgrounds, but since the pandemic, it's jumped around. And this time, it was at the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds by the Levi Stadium. So there's plenty of parking. The only problem is there's usually other shows going on at the same time. Like this time there was a sneaker show, and it was all these kids with like 10 or 20 boxes of sneakers, and they would buy them in the show and then resell them in the parking lot. So you have to weave your way through them to get to the toy show. And
sneaker show.
The toy show was pretty.
And they're probably all calling you guys the nerds.
Oh my God! And we were also the old people. Toys are not for kids anymore. But I got a copy of Zardoz, the novelization.
There's a novelization?
Oh yeah.
There's a novelization.
Dale, I don't think you should read that.
I think that I should.
Is it? Wait. Is it an official novelization?
Oh yeah, it's an official novelization of the movie Zardoz.
So
I'm a little worried it's going to say something like it's probably going to open like it's going to open with a chapter saying, "Now, I don't want anybody thinking that anything in Zardoz is meant to mean anything."
No.
Because when I just read the new edition of Watership Down, the author opened up with this. And I'm like, oh, I didn't really mean anything. I was just writing a nice story about rabbits. I'm like, well, that really took me out of it. I don't need to know that you didn't plan a great story.
In the future, this show should start with maybe a page or so reading of the Zardoz novelization.
All right, okay, fine, do it now.
It's in my car.
Okay.
I'm too lazy to bring it in. My
That's
car
something to look forward to, viewers.
My car usually contains the last
Motivation for me to get a
month's
guest
worth
on.
of purchases, and then eventually I have to clean out the trunk for some reason.
Who
Like
wrote the
now, my car has a
novelization?
massage table in it.
Who wrote the novelization of Zardoz?
I don't know, but I can look it up.
Yeah,
I wonder if it was some famous British
It
sci-fi
was
author
John
like Brian
Gordon.
Aldiss.
It was
Something-
John Borman and a ghostwriter.
something.
Oh, John
tells
Borman
me-
wrote it. Oh, wow, that's going to be really revelatory.
Yeah,
He's going
something.
to tell you exactly what was going on.
I've read it. It goes into the history of the
You've read it already.
the Brutals. Oh yeah, I have more than one copy now. I wanted a backup copy because everyone steals my copies of stuff.
Is
Like,
that how
there's
you
still
know
a
all these
copy
things
of
about
Zardoz
Zardoz? Because
out
you read
there
the
where
book.
I don't know where it is.
That's a good lesson to the young people. This is how Dale knows all these things about Zardoz. It's because he read the book.
Yeah. Supposedly there's DVDs or Blu-rays out there that have more director's comments that I haven't found yet.
I remember
But-
trying to read the book of Star Wars when I was like 7 or whatever. The movie came out, and the adults were all excited, and they had the book of Star Wars. And I tried to read it. It was like really hard to read. And it didn't seem like it was anything to do with the movie when I saw the movie.
I read the book before I saw the movie.
George Lucas wrote the novelization of Star Wars for the first movie. He wrote it himself, and
Yeah.
he is not a prose writer.
Okay.
It is bad.
Zardoz
It looked good though. It
was
looked
written
great.
by John Borman and
Looked like
Bill
what you wanted to read.
Stair. But yeah, the guy, I found it when I was at the San Jose Toy Show, and I was like all excited and trying to keep my
Keep
try
your
to keep
cool.
my excitement down because
Yeah, because otherwise
that's-
they'd have said, "Hey, there's the right one here."
yeah, that's where and it was like a pile of Mad magazine paperbacks. So
Yeah, it's been
I
sitting
went
there.
up-
They probably had it for years and years, thinking no one's ever going to buy that.
So I went up to the guy, and I also found a Gru comic book. In
Oh wow!
one of
Well,
his
this
bins.
person was had some taste then.
And the guy, he was a very nice dealer, very kind guy. He looks at me and he said, "Okay, like $5, and I'll throw the comic in for free."
Wow!
Aww.
Wow, Dale, I think you just found like maybe a new friend there. Like that sounds like someone who's you're very simpatico with.
Well, if you go to those shows enough, the dealers recognize you. There's a guy there who specializes in old Mad magazines. He's wrapping up his business because he sold most of his product. But he recognized me from previous shows buying stuff from him.
Okay.
The dealers, I don't know much about that industry, but it's surprising that people are able to make money selling old toys.
I think it's more about the hobby aspect of it than making money.
Yeah.
It's about meeting people that have the same interests as you, talking about things that interest you with those people. It's kind of like the Star Trek conventions. It didn't start out as this huge commercial thing. It just started out as a bunch of fans who liked something that wanted to trade something. And then over time, you get the people that see it as a merchandising or a money-making opportunity. And those are the guys selling shoes in the middle of the parking lot.
Well, there are a lot of guys, old guys and girls, who are selling, toys and different merchandise. I mean, certainly at that fan expo, there were a ton of different things. People doing all sorts of things, and like lots of sort of kind of glass print sort of things, and one guy was selling like Star Trek tables. They were like these sort of beautiful laminated tables with like Star Trek.
Yeah, I saw
on them
that
and stuff.
guy. I know that guy. He's an asshole.
Is he? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I thought, well, he had an interesting sort of business that he had.
Well, no, we were, because I was asking him like, how are the tables put together? Is there a varnish on it? Is there some kind of seal and everything like that? And come to find out that you can't put anything. You have
put
to
anything
use
on the table.
You have to use coasters with those tables,
Yeah.
right? Because because he didn't seal it with anything waterproof. The image is going to come up, right?
Oh,
and
God,
so
really?
I point
That's
this out
terrible.
to him, and
They're
he's
quite
like,
expensive.
yeah. Well, his answer was, but it saves me $5 a table.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, but then you're making a shitty product to save.
Yeah, and they're already expensive.
Yeah, exactly. And that was his answer. It was just such a shitty answer.
Yeah, that is a shitty answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
There's one born every minute answer.
Yeah.
Kids, never trust anything that you buy at a convention, except for
old Zardoz books. I wouldn't trust those either.
You can trust.
That's the story of that. Isn't that? That's how the Dungeons and Dragons animated series began, didn't it? They all read an old copy of Zardoz and got transported off to another world.
I'm not sure.
Something like that.
I did appreciate seeing those characters as a little nod during the games. As one
the
of
animated
teams.
characters, yes. Well, it's funny because Sam was like, "Oh, I love." He really loved that there when they went into the arena, there were other groups of adventurers there, and I said, "Oh, did you know that one of them was the group from the animated series?"
Well, you recognized who the other group was, don't you?
No, I didn't know yes, I was wondering about that. Yes, I must know who that is, but I didn't really see. Yeah.
So the other group is I think it's the first rule guy, but they used to have these guys. They had a team on the cover, right, with the dwarf guy, and then it had the magician, it had kind of thing, and it was like rah, and it was this old picture that looks like it was painted by Boris Vallejo or somebody. I'm not Frazetta, but
sorry, from what was it?
From like version 1 of Dungeons and Dragons. Right, like one of the first books that came out had this team on the cover as one of the covers, and that was one of the.
Oh, okay. Well, yes, there are a number. Okay, so the original. Oh, well, I'm wondering if it's the group. There's like a recent group of sort of players where they've got a sort of young dragon strung up, which is a sort of that's fairly iconic, more recent image.
Yeah.
And then and I'm wondering if it's them, but there's, so the original Player's Handbook has, I can't believe it's that, because they're more like, they're not as sort of distinctive characters. So yeah, I'm wondering what it is. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. Yeah.
Well, where I'm getting my information from was the directors and set designers and stuff like that doing little interviews about like what they tried to put in. Like they mentioned a beholder. They really tried to get a beholder in the movie, but I guess Hasbro wouldn't let them.
Okay, I think the characters are not high enough level for a beholder.
Yeah.
One, there are beholders there, so Hasbro are probably saving it. Like they showed Saz Than. I felt like Hasbro actually was sort of holding back a little bit.
Yeah, in case they want to expand it, you think?
Yes. So, but they showed what they did. So I think they probably decided we don't want to put a beholder in. Also, like a beholder is one of the few things that they actually have strong intellectual property over.
Yeah.
The
paladin.
Honey, I'm gonna be.
Oh no, we lost Chuck. He's talking to Tina.
Tina's going off in the car, so I'm just going to turn off the mic.
Okay, no worries.
Bye, Tina.
Bye, Tina. Yeah. I don't know. It was pretty good. You haven't seen it yet, Dale?
Well, I'm not going to movies.
That's understandable because you're avoiding.
Yeah.
Life.
So I'll certainly see it when it gets to streaming. It's just. And it will probably be on streaming in about 3 months to 6 months.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I want to. You see, I'm not a Dungeons and Dragons fan. I mean, I love the artwork because I grew up looking at Larry Elmore and whoever else they hired to do that type of work.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be interested to see what the art of this. Usually, these movies have an art of book, and that I would be very interested in seeing, because there's such a huge artistic legacy of Dungeons and Dragons. The reality is those books were sold on the art. I bought them and I never played the game.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at minifigs, or you go to these game stores where people are buying the rule books, they're buying the figures. What sells a lot of this game is the artwork.
Well, definitely let Chuck know that, because he's working on games. It'll make him feel better.
Well, that's not Tina's job. That's Tina's job to get him up in the morning.
Oh yeah, sorry, I have my microphone off.
A lot of them.
Goodman Games doesn't do any digital work. They only do, hand drawn stuff. And, that's been very good for their business, I think. Goodman Games have really got themselves pretty well positioned as the sort of old school. But they've got their own philosophy there too. But I have the big fat D&D art book as well.
Yeah, I mean,
it's really great.
The history. I remember when D&D came out in the 70s, and they were just black and white, cheap printed books with black and white covers with maybe a spot color like blue.
Oh yeah, well yes, the original ones are the pamphlets.
Yeah,
and then there's the sort of with the spot color with the blue, which is a lot of those are Errol Otis, who's fantastic, and he works now for Goodman Games, and I inked Errol Otis. I mean, that was like, to me that was like, Paul McCartney, asked you to play on his record or whatever,
Yeah, and it was the art that sold.
He's better. That's like John Lennon. That's like John Lennon wrote a song and he wants you to play it.
And I just never played the game, but I would buy the rule books, which is kind of sad, for the artwork. And I remember in the 70s when suddenly everyone was coming out with a game. A very popular one was Starfleet Battles, which was a space war one set in the universe of Star Trek, the Federation. And the great thing about that was you could get little plastic miniatures of all these Federation starships. And they were based on the ships designed by Franz Joseph in the Star Trek Technical Manual, which every nerd, when I was a kid, all the Trekkies bought the Star Trek blueprints of the Enterprise and then the Technical Manual.
Again, before my time.
Yeah.
When I was young and TNG was on the air, like they'd make fun of you if you would come to school and try and talk about it, because it was on Friday nights, right? And I remember one time I was trying to talk about it on Monday and, got beat up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Amber. That's very sad.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, did anybody see it? It was the episode where Data turns evil and he's helping out Lore.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My friend today, she loved Lore.
You got rid of my screen. You got rid of my screen. You don't like my screen.
that was funny. Yes, like my friend, she really liked Lore. She had a website. She had a website with like data lore. Like she got datalore.com because I don't know why. She just got it for a laugh.
Yeah.
And then she didn't really do it. And then somebody wanted to buy it, and she sold it. And she made some money on it. I thought, well, that was kind of funny.
The Data Lore website. Yeah.
Data Lore was popular enough that she was.
Like, yay! I got money.
She was quite pleased with herself and her Star Trek nerdery because she's not really a big nerd otherwise, but
A girl I went to high school with, And I was really good friends with her sister through school. And then in adult life, her sister and I became like better friends, like this girl. She is the resident Trek-spert of the internet.
Oh, wow.
It's her unofficial official title. Her name is Holly Amos, and she got her degree in organization, and but was a huge Star Trek fan and going to conventions. Like you said, you go to conventions after a while, they get to know you. And she'd gone to conventions and she was like a little girl, right? And then talking with someone about the fact that her degree was in organization, CBS needed somebody to organize the props for Star Trek. So guess who got that job?
Oh, wow.
And so
and she knew all about what they were, what they
knew
should be.
about everything. And so not only was she like able, she's one of those people that like this was used in scene 3 of episode 4 of the original series, right? And blah blah blah, and then it was reused on TNG in this case, and blah blah blah, right? She knows like everything. There's I think only 2 or 3 times she went to the internet and said, does anybody remember what this was used for? And it's like some really obscure thing that was used for like one minor little scene for like 3 seconds of film time.
Yeah.
But for everything else, she did that. So this was during the period of time that they were doing the Kelvin storyline movies. And so the first Star Trek came out with Chris Pine as Kirk and stuff like that. So she got to go to all those premieres and everything. She's no longer working for CBS, but they still hire her periodically, her organization company, to come in and clean up what the people that are handling the props department now are doing, because they put things in the wrong places, I guess, and people can't find them. So they hire her about once a year to come in and go, no, this is where they go. And and I'm trying to think what else. She still gets invited to premieres. She still she does panels and stuff at Star Trek conventions. She's huge in the cosplay community. She is so big in the Star Trek community that she is a character in several novels and comic books.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and
She's
like
they put her in as a little fan extra sort of thing.
Yeah, and this is a girl I used to play hide and seek with in her backyard.
That's cool.
Yeah, and so
now you can hide and seek for her in Star Trek properties.
I mean, like I said, her name is Holly Amos. She's been scientists, she's been doctors, she's been all these different characters, she's popped up in at least 4 different novels now, and she is a reoccurring character in the current Star Trek comic book series. And so so like she, her character is on the ship. It's just she's on the ship. So she, it's pretty cool to kind of know people and pretend like you had something to do with their success.
Yeah. Well, of course.
That's why I hang out with you guys.
Aw, you think I'm successful?
More than I am.
I don't know.
I feel like I'm successful because I know you guys.
Aw. On that note, Captain T, press
release.
Release.
What's going on? So you were in the press release. I read your press release.
Yes.
So what is this company that you've signed the deal with? I tried to find some information about them, but they were quite hard to find anything about because they were zero. When you look up zero gravity, there's lots of other things. But so they seem like a big management company.
Yeah, KeenSpot is the company you need to look up.
Okay, but they signed a deal with this.
Their properties. Yeah.
Yes, but they signed a deal with this zero gravity management.
Yeah,
it was the press release. Yeah.
Yeah, zero gravity management. It's an agency, in Hollywood.
Okay.
And so what they do is they go to companies that have intellectual properties, and then they sign deals and stuff to try and turn those intellectual properties into other mediums. And so, what KeenSpot has been able to do with their partnership with Zero Gravity is Marry Me was a webcomic that was on KeenSpot that became a Jennifer Lopez movie with Owen Wilson.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and like they've had maybe about 2 or 3 other properties that have become like Netflix series and movies and various different things. That's what Zero Gravity has done. But KeenSpot is who I signed my contract with.
So you have a deal with KeenSpot, yeah?
Yeah,
okay.
KeenSpot is to have it published
both on their website and then in print. And then because their partnership with Zero Gravity, KeenSpot is working as my agent to sell Captain T for animation and other stuff. That's the like 7-year plan for Captain T.
I see.
Yeah.
Cool.
And so like I said, my one little line in that press release of, oh, and by the way, Captain T.
Yeah, well, you're in there. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I was in there. I swear I'm there.
Yeah. Okay.
I swear I'm there.
That's good. All right. Well, great. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and so that is happening, and it's scary
Chuck,
as all get out.
I wonder if they would be interested in reprints of Pupil.
Well,
I don't know.
I'm very careful about who I would sign Pufil with. It's sort of my property. I don't really see much reason to give it to anybody else at this point.
So I didn't give my property to them. It's still my property.
Yeah. So Captain T will be your property.
Yeah, Captain T is completely mine. It's copyrighted by me, trademarked by me, mine.
Good.
Me. What KeenSpot is technically is my distributor and my publisher.
Okay,
And
so you signed a distribution and publication deal.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just so suspicious of all these companies now. I just don't know. When anyone like company like this, I want to know everything about them, like who they are, who's suing them, why are they being sued, what are they being sued for?
Well, they're not being sued for anything, but no, KeenSpot's been.
Well, KeenSpot aren't. Yeah.
Yeah, they've been making webcomics since the 1990s when webcomics were new. In fact, they're still using a Perl script from that time.
Yeah. But that Zero Gravity Management is.
Zero Gravity Management, I don't know as much about them as KeenSpot, but I've known Chris for over 20 years and I trust him. Yeah. And Chris is they're the one that's in charge of KeenSpot. And so like I said, I've known Chris. I've worked with their mother, Terry Crosby, when they used to have a physical store for KeenSpot that was like a comic book store. I used to teach classes at the comic book store.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're very legit. I know they've been around. I have no distrust of KeenSpot.
Yeah.
I have, but I just don't know anything about this Zero Gravity Management company, and I did look them up a little bit because I was curious, and I am a bit suspicious. I did see that they were being sued by some writers.
Really? What are they being sued for?
Well, yeah, I didn't. You'd have to look in the details. It seemed like it was that the writers gave them a sort of cap of a certain amount of money, and they sort of they were acting as a management, but they were double dealing, and they didn't say, according to what they're being accused of.
They didn't pay.
They didn't say how much the actual budget of the movie was, and the actual budget of the movie was way higher. So they sort of stiffed the writer out of a lot of money and kept it for themselves. And that's what the writer's alleging.
Well, I hope the writer wins on that one.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is, as soon as I see something like that, I'm like, oh, okay, what else is going on?
Yeah. No, that's completely understandable. Like I said, I didn't sign with them. I signed with KeenSpot.
Yeah.
And so KeenSpot, they retained the right to shop my stuff around, but I'm the one that makes the ultimate decision of where it goes. So even though they can shop it to this other company for digital distribution, or like maybe making a movie out of it or whatever, they still have to present me the contract to sign because I own Captain T.
Okay, so they would still, yes. So you would still have not signed a contract with them for anything. Yes, and you own, as far as you're aware.
So I would be
KeenSpot can't sign your rights in that property to them. Yeah.
Yeah, they can. They basically can shop my property, but they can't sell my property.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and they can't license my property without my permission.
I'll just say you got to go to the expense of having a lawyer look at whatever contract they offer.
I am absolutely in agreement with that statement. I wish lawyers were cheaper.
Yeah. I know a good guy in San Francisco if you need somebody.
The problem is I'm not in California, and so this guy would need to have to pass the bar in Colorado for him to be my lawyer.
Okay, that's good. All right, well, yes, if you find a good one, You know, and there are good ones. You know, they won't really charge you to sort of give you a little bit of advice on the phone, and you know, tell you like this guy in San Francisco. He's quite happy to talk to me for a good while.
Yeah.
About stuff without.
Of
charging
course,
me,
of course, because then he can charge you for it.
Well, no, he doesn't. No, no, without charging me is what I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, and he's like, you know, he's a proper lawyer. He's a good guy. You know, he knows I'm like an artist. You know, like if there's a good one, they know. Okay, they've got clients that they're making a lot of money on, but they also know when somebody's not making a lot of money and just needs a little bit of help. You know.
Yeah. The only
if they don't, then they're an asshole. Find another one.
No, I'm all lawyer.
Oh, we got some people talking to us. Hi,
Really?
Ooey, you cute. Hello. This must be from my Twitch. It is. Hello. Hi. How are you?
We have a viewer?
We have a viewer.
So it seems.
Wow.
Boy.
Well, since Gina left.
How could we have a viewer?
Yeah, it's interesting because you've decided to change the setup, so you're on the bottom now.
I am.
I'm trying to keep us consistent.
What?
with our windows, I'm trying to keep us consistent. And so you were on the top. So
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. I don't know. I was sort of flipping around.
yeah.
Oh.
See?
Well,
And now you're big again.
yeah. Oh, well, I was going to make it so big because I'm just getting into my drawing here. I'll show that off for a bit.
Yeah. So, how are we doing? We're doing pretty good. We are doing our Urfspace Zardoz Connection podcast. That's just kind of random talking and enjoyment of art and kind of sharing different stories and stuff like that. So that's what we're doing.
Keeps us off the streets.
Yeah. Keeps us from destroying our minds with drugs or something.
Yeah, no
What?
drugs.
Oh, we're not doing drugs.
Oh, we can't
wait,
do drugs?
no.
What? Wait, no, I didn't get that memo. I live in Colorado. Weed's legal here. I smoke it. I admit that. And I enjoy it. And it's it helps me with my anxiety. So
I have nothing against that. It's just I just go because I'm amazed by the retail shops. Because I worked in retail for years.
Yeah, it's legal there too. Excellent. That's what Uwo, you cutie. You cute. I wish I'm pronouncing that right. I like your little image there. I like your little user image that you have, Uyi. Yeah, that's cool. With the cat. Yeah.
Okay, I'm done.
You're done?
Yeah.
You're done with us?
No, I'm not done with you guys. I think I've doodled enough on the stoodle.
Really? You're not done with us forever?
No, well, you can get rid of me if you like.
No, I like you.
Then where would we have a nice smiling beardy baby face to look down on us with benevolence? Like he's exactly like that baby. It's like it looks down with benevolence and shines its light down upon the antics of the Teletubbies below.
How do I make mine full screen, or do you do it?
I can do it. You want to? Yeah. Let me do this. And I will do this, so then that way we can view it completely.
Oh, I've just said this totally wrong.
I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some coffee. Ooh,
All right, I'm getting really
Netherlands.
confused by Michelle's Rodriguez's arm.
Oh, we got somebody watching us from the Netherlands. Hi, Netherlands. Nice to see you.
Goodness.
I'll be right back with coffee.
We have an international show.
Right, if she's getting coffee, I'm putting my heart back up. She's cheeky.
If I knew we were going to have people from other countries, I would have cleaned where I am.
You would have brushed your teeth.
Hey, people can't smell through these yet. And of course I brush my teeth. God. What kind of lifestyle do you think I have?
I don't know. I see pictures of you going around supermarkets in your gas mask. Admittedly, that was during the pandemic, but even so.
That was years
That's a
ago.
pretty strange lifestyle there.
Well,
Nobody else was doing that. I showed that to my doctor's friend, and she got very outraged, saying it was just ridiculous. There was no point.
Well, you have to remember that was at the very start.
Yeah, I know. She was also, though, it was funny because she was also wearing a hazmat. She was very paranoid. She works with old people. So she was going into old people's homes in a hazmat suit herself. But I think she was more outraged at the uselessness of your hazmat suit in preventing the transmission of disease. But actually, I don't think she was right, because I think what you had would have helped, yeah.
Well, you have to remember this was very, very early on in the pandemic.
Yeah.
And I remember I was standing outside in a line to get into Safeway. And I saw a couple come out of Safeway. And this is like maybe a week or so into the shutdown.
Yeah.
And they came out in bunny suits with visors and sprayed each other off before they got in the car. These were clean room suits. And
that was before the pandemic started, right?
The pandemic had started.
Well, I'm just saying, like down there in San Jose, people are a bit weird. So.
The pandemic had started. It had been about a week since the shelter in place. I go to Safeway. I see a couple come out in bunny suits spraying themselves down. I watch them. And I thought, that was pretty weird. And then I go into the Safeway and I see nurses from Kaiser, which is the big healthcare provider in San Jose.
Yes.
And the nurses were wearing face masks. And that stuck with me. So that's when I started researching, this is a respiratory illness. And there's a lot of things about respiratory pandemics. You can look back at.
Are we talking about COVID again?
Yeah, you can look back at what was written about during the American flu.
Yeah, and you can read the early printings of the Zardoz book.
Well, I also had read The Hot Zone.
Oh, The Hot Zone. Oh, yeah.
The Ebola scare in Virginia.
Oh yeah, and we watched that movie, The Contagion, like at the beginning of the pandemic. That was good. That was quite useful. That was actually pretty accurate. Considering the disease wasn't actually a flesh-eating disease, but a lot of the rest of it,
was it Quarantine where Gwyneth Paltrow's head gets examined?
No, that's Contagion. Yeah.
Is that Contagion?
No. Isn't that 7 where they find her head in a box?
No. Here's the tie between those two movies. Is that head the prosthetic was made for 7, but the director decided not to use it because he thought. He thought that not seeing the head would create more horror than actually seeing the head, which I agree with. And so
whatever he did worked. Yeah,
they had this head of Gwyneth Paltrow. That's the only reason why she got that job in that movie, was because they already had a head for her.
I was going to say, I thought no one was employing Gwyneth Paltrow anymore.
Well, there's reason. Gwyneth isn't one of my favorites.
I don't know why everyone's gone on her. It's ridiculous.
Because she says, stick a jade egg up your hooch. And it caused actual health problems for people that sued her for it.
Put an egg up there?
A jade egg. Okay, a rock shaped like an egg.
Okay.
Right? Well, the thing is jade, it changed the pH. And some women got really sick from doing this.
Okay, wow.
And so, but I use this as a microcosm of her entire Goop line, because it's all this pseudoscience bullshit that she tries to sell to people as if it's like science, and it's not. And I am not a fan of Gwyneth Paltrow because she has actually endangered people with her products. So, it's like. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to say.
That's fair enough. But
shall I continue my story?
I'm sorry.
I mean, just because Gwyneth Paltrow tells you to shove a jade egg up your fanny doesn't mean you have to do it, though.
Okay. All right, and I do want to point out that Chuck is using British slang for female genitalia, so if you're an American watching this, fanny has an entirely different meaning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like you have a fanny pack. We all find that very amusing.
I don't want to tell you how I know this.
It's because you participate in a dangerous experiment that the US government conducted by allowing its citizens to watch British science fiction television programs in San Jose public TV in the 1970s. And clearly, it's had a very disastrous effect, and why that particular activity is now being restricted.
Well, that's part of the British invasion. You have to remember that after World War II, the Brits decided that the Americans were so valuable an ally that they created a PSYOPs operation to infect the United States with British culture so that they would love the Brits. And the Beatles were the most successful part of that operation.
Really? You don't think it was just a bunch of kids from Liverpool that just like to play music?
No, because it's,
there's no other reason people could possibly like the Beatles, except if it was a government plot.
They knew the Beatles were going to be big. But the it wasn't called MI6 then.
They got big in Germany before the British invasion in the United States.
In Hamburg. All right. Oh, so yes. So my father-in-law,
that was when they had
Tina's father. Tina's father.
Harrison.
Yeah, Tina's father, he played in a band called Melvis and His Gentlemen in Hamburg at that time. And Melvis and the Gentlemen at that time were a very big hit. And the Beatles would open up for them sometimes. Mm. And he has a story one time, he was in the bathroom taking a leak at one of these shows. And all of a sudden, Paul McCartney's head appeared between his legs to throw up in the toilet bowl. So he ended up peeing on Paul McCartney's head. Oh. So that's our family story.
Your dad peed on Paul McCartney?
Not my dad. My wife's dad.
Your wife's dad peed on Paul McCartney? That's cool.
Yeah.
I ate his M&M once, but that...
You ate an M&M?
So I dated this guy named Hudie Barons. And I did not know this when I started dating him because we met through an anime club. But he was semi-famous in the guitar community for being a studio musician. I did not know this, okay? He's a guy that's like, plays behind Led Zeppelin when, in the studio they play all the parts.
Yeah.
And then, they need somebody to play like the other part. They'll hire him to play that part.
Yeah,
right? He's
like
that
when
guy.
They hire me to ink Errol Otis.
I guess. And so, anyway, I was invited to the Block of Orange where he said, hey, I have a concert. You want to come to my concert? And I was thinking it was like a garage band performing in front of like a crowd of like 30. No, it was the Block of Orange. And it was a Paul McCartney concert. And he did this to kind of introduce me to this part of his life.
Yeah.
Because again, we didn't meet with me going, oh my gosh, you play with... we didn't meet like that. We met and we bonded over Evangelion and Dragon Ball Z and stuff. And so,
I tell you, all those rock star girls, they're not going to be that interested in his anime.
Well, yeah. So I have a backstage pass. I have a VIP pass and stuff, which gave me full access to the backstage. And I ate some M&Ms off a table, which apparently was Paul McCartney's table. And so I got yelled at by people that I ate his M&Ms. I did not get to meet him. So yeah, but that's my Paul McCartney story. Is I ate his M&Ms and I got yelled at by his manager to not eat his M&Ms. Those are Paul's M&Ms.
Yeah, you ate fake Paul's M&Ms.
Fake Paul? Yeah, are you one of those people that don't think it's Paul McCartney?
Oh yeah, he's dead.
No.
That's nonsense.
No,
my Uncle Bill was friends with Paul McCartney's brother, so I'm pretty sure he would have told me if Paul McCartney was dead.
No. Paul McCartney was replaced by a British policeman.
See, where are you getting this information?
Spy fans.
Yeah, the Fortean Times probably.
No. There's a...
Was that boy on the cover?
Talk about it, but there's a forum on espionage called Spy Fans, and you have to be invited to be part of it. And it talks about the British invasion. It talks about how Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing were part of MI6. And
Well, I knew that, but that's because they were like, I mean, I know in Christopher Lee's case, he fought in World War II. I don't know about Peter Cushing, but yeah, they were spies. So was the founder of the Boy Scouts in the United States. All right, it was a different time during World War II. There was a lot of people that were spies.
Yeah.
Here's another one. Audrey Hepburn was a spy for the French Resistance. And one of the things that she used to do is she used to go and pretend to pick daisies and flowers so that she could overhear the conversations of Nazi soldiers because she spoke German.
All right. Tina's grandfather, so during World War II, he was like 18 years old, and he was in the Danish resistance, and he blew up Danish factories and German factories and trains in Denmark, or Danish factories that were being run by, because the Germans kind of rolled into Denmark, and Denmark kind of capitulated and was somewhat collaborationist and somewhat not. It was a bit of a mixture, I think, and.
Well, I mean,
he was caught spying. He was caught spying at the Danish airport by this German soldier, and like he was sweeping up at the Danish airport but spying, and he was on his knees in the Quonset hut with a gun being pointed at his head with his hands behind his head, and the German soldier said he liked him and he said, "Get out of here," and let him go, and he ran away, and he stayed friends with that soldier like all his life and still saw him when he was all bad.
Oof.
Wow.
No, my grandfather was in the Navy during World War II. He I don't remember the name of his ship, but I remember one of the stories is because he was in the war in the Pacific. One of his jobs was to bombard islands with bombs. And so he was the logistics guy that would basically make the calculations for where they would fire the bombs on the islands. And so, he basically was directly responsible for many Japanese and natives dying because they'd be like 3 miles off the shore and then just launching bombs onto the island. And these are like Polynesian islands and stuff like that. And so it was, he didn't see the destruction up close. He wasn't part of that group.
No, at the time you don't see it, but afterwards you think about it.
Yeah, exactly. And so again, that was him. My mom's half brother was 22 years older than she was, and so Bob was also in the war in the Pacific, and I own a samurai sword, and I can go grab it if you want to see it. But I own a samurai sword.
Well, be careful. Yeah, I do.
That he was, one of his jobs was clearing out the islands after they raided the island of Japanese soldiers and stuff. And so he came across a clearing where a Japanese officer had been killed by his own men and his own sword stabbed into his back. And so, he was face down, which is, by the way, an insult in the Japanese. You die face up. But in Shinto, it's an insult to put someone face down. So he was face down in the dirt with his sword out of his back, and Bob took the sword. You want to see the sword?
Oh, wow. Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Story. Bloody hell. I know, amazing, like what happened in the war. That was the thing we all grew up with in Dale in Britain, was Commando comics. Are you familiar with those? Do you ever come across those in your little sojourn in Britain in the 70s? Oh, here it is.
No.
Let's make it big. Hang on, I'll make it big.
In the United States, when I was growing
up... your background makes it hard. Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, let me...
So this is a samurai sword that we know has been used to kill an actual Japanese officer.
An actual Japanese officer. I'm going to turn off my virtual background, so then that way it's easier. Please don't be angry for my messy house. But yeah, this was a sword, and it has a cut piece right here, the leather, because he cut
the hilt off of his belt. He didn't move the officer. And
I see.
He just
Yeah.
cut it.
Careful, isn't it really super sharp?
Oh yeah. That's why I'm not touching the blade. But you can see, if you look at it, there's a couple of marks on the blade, like right around here.
God.
So it's only sharp on one side.
Yeah,
They're only
on
sharp
this
on one
side.
side. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but there's a mark right around here or so, and that was where the blade was in his back. And that was like where it was, oxidizing with the air, but also wet from the body.
Well, do you need to if you're touching it, do you need to oil it or something?
It does need it needs repair. I'm not gonna lie. My parents never took care of it. My mom never took care of it when Bob gave it to her. And when my mom sold the house after my father passed away, she just didn't have room to keep it. My brother was like, "Get rid of that thing." So she's like, "Well, Amber always appreciated, the old stuff." Because I got this, and I got a bunch of guns from like the Civil War, and we just had a collection of weapons for some reason. Yeah. And skulls and stuff, and I inherited this stuff from my dad and my mom. And anyway, but this one has that story, and then it also has right here, you can see it has this decoration, right? It has these lotus flowers.
Oh yeah,
right there, right?
Yeah.
Well, that tells you the rank of the officer, and so these ones were. This one was commissioned by the Japanese army for the officer. So he must have been from samurai blood back in the day and then had this, but I have no idea whose sword it was or anything like that. And
so it was the officer's own sword that he was killed by, it sounds like.
Yeah, no, this was definitely his sword that he was killed by. His own sword was shoved in his back.
Yeah.
And so this is the sword, and you can see
they didn't like him.
Yeah, the hilt just, it's just deteriorated over the years because my mom's never taken care of it, and so all the varnish has worn off of the hilt and stuff. But it's a real samurai sword. It's not something that you buy it at the Dragon store in the mall.
I miss those.
Hi, Alice, by the way.
They don't have those stores anymore.
No, they still have them. Yeah, there's one at the mall that I frequent.
No, they don't have them out. They used to be popular in California, but I haven't seen one of those fantasy sword stores in a long time.
I'm going to go back to this setup, and we'll do this. And we'll do that.
But, you should have a seance, see if you can contact the guy. Get a Ouija board. But you'd have to get a Japanese Ouija board.
I don't speak Japanese. It would probably
That's why you need a Japanese Ouija board.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story of the sword. And so
well, that's a great story.
I have items like that.
Well, you know that if you have that guy's ghost is in your house.
Yeah, Dale's right about that.
Yeah, and he's, when you take a shower, he's probably there,
creeping about,
tapping his foot, like wondering when the hell are you guys going to try to talk to him.
Dale.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And now, thanks to the magic of the internet, he's into every viewer of the show's home as well.
It's like the ring.
You need a professional psychic.
Okay. I haven't been bothered by his ghost.
Well, you will now.
Caused you any problems?
Yeah,
How do you know? How do you know it didn't cause all that flooding you had last year?
Hey, what did your daughter just do? Who told her to do that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the ghost.
Yeah.
Go say paint.
Throwing the family circus.
You know, in the family circus, how they have not me?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's who told her to do it, was not
yeah,
me.
yeah. But in
Yeah.
your case, it's a dead Japanese officer.
Yeah, going spread your milk on this dresser. You must spread your milk. How does he speak English?
Well, he's probably watching TV with you.
Oh, and I just picked it up all the time.
Yeah.
This technology has advanced. I don't know why that made me laugh so much. Okay, I'm good. I'm good now.
Yeah, happy now.
Yeah, fly me out. We'll do a seance. I'll bring a Ouija board.
Oh, sure. Well, you know, I probably need to visit San Francisco before you guys visit here, so that way I can, you know,
There's nothing in San
infiltrate
Francisco.
all the.
San Francisco's a waste of time.
Well, no, I mean, you know, San Francisco would be like the hub, and then you go out from the hub to, like, my mom's best friend, who's also an artist by the way, you guys may know her, Carol Angelo, or Carol Bennett, she goes by now because she's been married for a long time. She's a watercolorist and you know, really amazing artist. She used to be the in-house art for Haribo candy, and yeah, and just she designs like wine labels and just all kinds of, you know, just a designer working out of her home, but she's got a pretty firm clientele list. Anyway, she lives in Santa Cruz, and so it's all kind of close in that area.
Oh yeah, yeah. Santa Cruz is lovely.
Yeah. Yes.
Dale goes down there all the time to do shopping.
Yeah, that's where all the good shopping is in the Bay Area now.
Oh, it is in Santa Cruz. I see.
It is within walking distance. You have 2 comic book stores, a bookstore, and a used record store, and I guess I think there's like 2 sex toy stores now, and
It's nice to have variety.
A good art supply store, but usually I have to get in the car to go to the art supply store.
Mm.
We don't have a good art supply store in San Jose anymore. It's a sign of the death of civilization.
I think that art is one of those things that people, like stores and stuff, they want to have a high populace that's going to use the art.
Yeah.
Right. And from what my understanding, San Jose used to be full of people. And now, because tech guys realize that they can basically work from anywhere, they're not buying the homes for the insane prices anymore. And so I understand there's kind of an emptiness there in homes.
Well, there's a lot of empty retail now because all the tech people decide we're just going to buy everything using Google. And as the populace ages, buy through Amazon. As the populace ages, and it is an aging population in San Jose, they're using Amazon as well. And that was really cemented during the pandemic. These are people who would never buy stuff using the internet, but now they realize that they can. They've broken out of their curmudgeonness, and they decide to buy things using the internet.
My mom is of curmudgeon age. You know, she's in her she's going to be 70 this year. Wow, my mom's going to be 70 this year. So she's of curmudgeon age and stuff. She gets her groceries now. She orders them online, and then someone buys them. Yeah.
Well, they were doing that quite commonly in England over the pandemic. They were calling it click and collect over there.
Yeah.
And it was well underway. Yeah, they're always slightly ahead with some of those things, like like self checkout. They were doing a while ahead of it. Starting to happen here now, though.
Self checkout.
Yeah.
I did online grocery during the pandemic. The problem is they would only get about 80% of my order. And also, they didn't want to mask. They didn't respect personal space until I started sending them private messages saying, "I'll tip you in cash if you wear a mask." And then they were all masked.
Yeah.
Well,
money is power. Oh, that was my thought of the week. Money is power, right? Yeah. But actually, money's just a figment of the imagination. So the real power is human imagination. Money's just a shadow of that power.
Money is a living thing.
That's not a new thought.
It infects people and it alters their minds.
Yeah, well, I think it's true. Yes, I mean, but I don't know. But it's still a figment of the human imagination.
Yeah.
Or the great cartoonist's imagination, one or the other.
Yes.
I'll accept that. But to me, there's no division. Human. Well, we can't have too much hubris, I suppose.
I feel like hubris is probably one of my biggest vices. There's been times when my own ego has gotten me in trouble.
Yes.
And that's not the definition of hubris, but there's certainly a high correlation between the two.
Yes, and I think there is a sort of certain amount of ego involved in being an artist, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, I suppose it's good to be ego free, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I thought about it after like all these arguments about AI and stuff like that, and I got being accused of being an egomaniac. There's probably some truth to it.
Yeah, but you were also being accused of being an egomaniac from people that didn't have the guts to, try and do a prompt a battle with you.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
So I mean, people go, "You're an egomaniac" and stuff like that. It's because they knew they couldn't do it.
Yeah.
They knew that they wouldn't do very well, or they wouldn't get the results they wanted.
Yes. Well, yes. Well, if you resort to name calling, you lost, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. There's this viral video going around that was made by AI, because now there's AI that can make video. And so it's Will Smith eating spaghetti. And it's one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen, because he's just like chowing it down, and it's this weird amalgamation of like different pictures that make Will Smith, right? So it's like a cartoon version of Will Smith, but it's like a photorealistic cartoon version of him, right? Okay. And then somebody made a response of Will Smith eating meatballs with meat, or eating spaghetti with meatballs, and then he was like part of the meatballs also eating himself. Because it really bizarre stuff. I don't think AI's there yet.
I don't know. They find things very funny, these kids. I don't know. Like Sam was showing, this was a few years ago. They were laughing away at something. It was just so unfunny. I don't know if they were high, but I don't know.
That's possible.
Yeah.
Okay,
it was a multi-layered meme. It was just all this sort of shit. I don't know. It's like, I don't know what I'm like. Okay, your language is getting quite sophisticated.
Yes, your language is strange to me.
Yeah,
you need to watch a lot more old Dragnet reruns.
That'll make me understand that they're just all on whizzes and speed.
Yeah.
Or is that the
they're on
thing?
pills.
Oh, are they?
And LSD. Lots of LSD.
They're on squeak.
Okay, if one of your if
that was in the
kid
Brothers
comes home and half of his face is painted blue, then you know he's on LSD.
Or he's in the Blue Man Group and he didn't get all his makeup off.
Blue Man Group.
Don't let your kids experiment with theater.
Yeah.
That is a very dangerous thing, yeah.
Don't let your kids experiment with theater.
All theater involves dressing up as other people, and that's wrong.
Improv, not even once.
It's not right to depend. It's really weird, isn't it? I don't know. Well, I don't know. You, Amber, you were getting a bit upset about the acting families, but I don't know. I didn't really think that was the biggest problem in the world. The same as like people dressing up as other people.
Families, though. No, it's nepotism in general that I've.
Nepotism. I'm against nepotism in general, but somewhat. I mean, I think like a family business.
Yeah.
or family profession. I think that there's some exception there because that's just human life.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. For centuries, the baker's son became a baker, right?
Yeah.
And that continued for quite some time. But then we reached an age where the farmer's son went to college and wasn't a farmer anymore, and
right.
wanted to do something else. And then other people were like, I really don't like this city life of being a cobbler. I'm going to be a farmer, right?
Yeah.
And I'd say this was probably about the 1800s that people could really start changing their professions.
Yeah.
Right. And that means,
right. My last name being Whelan doesn't mean I have to put wheels on things.
My last name's Greenlee. Do you know what that means?
I don't know.
It's a bakery in San Jose.
Well, yeah. What is Greenlee? I just thought that was sort of Irish or something.
No, it's not Irish.
Greenlee is like a meadow.
It's English, and what it was a flower sailor. It was Greenlee was somebody who sold flowers and.
Who will buy this beautiful morning?
Yeah, somebody who went and gathered herbs and things, and in the forest, and went and then sold.
Okay, so that's a Greenlee. All right.
Yeah. It's a very, very simple kind
of
job. All right,
that's good. Well, we learned something there.
Yeah, well, I am very far from that. I mean, I like to garden, so maybe there's something genetic in it.
You used to be a bud tender.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah.
Your genes won out.
Yeah.
You're saying my genes want to garden and sell weed?
Yeah.
It is quite a good name for a weed business, I will admit. And you'd have to change it to green leaf.
No, the weed business I worked for was called Good Chemistry. And that's a good name, I think. And they have a very good
chemistry.
They have very good advertising and design. And I never got in the design department because my regional manager did not like me and she wanted me out. She was the one who fired me. Yeah, so that's okay. The thing is she was one of these people who, she's the regional manager, right? She would come in and change our displays by just moving stuff over an inch and stuff.
Yeah, okay. Otherwise, she didn't feel like she was doing her job properly, like she hadn't made some sort of change.
Display cleaned up, or like delegating tasks. She was that kind of person. She would just, it needs to be done this way, and it's like, oh, okay, I'll do it that way. And she didn't like me because I saw through her bullshit. Yeah. Like,
well,
yeah.
I wouldn't want to be your boss, Amber. I think.
She had a pet.
I wouldn't want to be my own boss either, just FYI.
Well, she had a pet.
Work for yourself. You are your boss.
I know. Yeah. I hate myself. I'm such a boss. I make myself work way too hard. I never get any break.
She had a pet employee at the dispensary who was this. I'm going to sound very mean here. It was a big fat chick. And
no body shaming.
I'm not body shaming. I'm just saying this was part of this girl's identity. Like, she would bring it up in conversation about how big she was and stuff like that. Like, it was like, there's a difference between your weight and your identity. But when you're mixing the two, it's like, at that point, you're just a big fat chick. And so she was bilingual. I liked her for that. I liked her for her big personality and stuff, but she was lazy. She was the kind of person that would leave jobs for other people and things like that, except for when this regional manager was around. And then she would be working her ass off. And so we ended up getting into a fight because they had changed the classification on one of the products from a sativa to a hybrid. And so I was reading it to a customer and saying, yeah, this is a hybrid. And she goes, no, it's a sativa. And I'm like, no, it's a hybrid. That's what the label says. And she goes up to the regional manager, passes the manager to complain about it because the regional manager was there at the time. That's the relationship they had.
Yeah.
And so, it's like,
we ended up having this altercation over this thing in front of a customer, and in the end, I ended up being right. But the regional manager is telling me, like, well, you shouldn't have brought it up in front of the customer. You should have just gone with her. And I'm like, but her information was incorrect. And I was the one talking with the customer.
Yeah.
And
you're
she
supposed to be serving the customer.
Yeah, and she interjected into my conversation. And so I don't understand what I did wrong. And she couldn't answer me what I did wrong, except for the fact that this girl decided to have a fight with me in front of the customer. And I apparently was in the wrong for standing my ground and saying, no, bitch, it's a hybrid. Yeah. I mean, I didn't say bitch, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
But they all knew you meant it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, there's a difference between an implied bitch and a said bitch, right?
Yeah,
An implied bitch means, like, I know my shit. You should stop before I say the bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I yes, very, very serious conversation, that we ended up having there. And so it was this experience where from then on the regional manager was finding excuses to no longer have me there, and I was on top of everything. She was trying to find excuses for about 6 months before they finally got me on the fact that when my dad died, they sent me an email that had like a little training thing in it, and it had a deadline in it. And then, but like I was in Florida at the time, like holding my dying father's hand when they sent this email, right? And so 2 weeks later, when I returned back to my job, and I'm like, okay, let's do this. They're like, well, you didn't fill out this thing in time, and there's a deadline on it. And it's like,
oh God,
what? Like, what? You don't have what? Kind of thing. And that's what they ended up letting me go for. Is I didn't go through this like training thing online in time because my dad died.
That's terrible.
Yeah, and again, it's such a bullshit reason, but that's why I stopped working at the dispensary, and I have not had a quote unquote job since. I've had a lot of commission work. I've done various things. I mean, I did the ice sculpting thing, but I broke my hand a week or two into ice sculpting, and so I wasn't able to be an ice sculptor anymore, and so. I was on disability last year for a good portion of the year because my hand was broken.
Yeah. Oh my God. I didn't really realize that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's Amber's spotty employment history over the last few years. Yeah. So.
Yeah, you have to take care of yourself. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. It's,
yeah.
Oops.
It's okay. I'll survive. It wasn't a bad job. I enjoyed it. But as soon as this girl got in charge, it's like she had it out for me. And I don't know what I did wrong unless I was a threat to her.
Well, obviously she was threatened. I don't know, female relationships are peculiar.
I don't have a lot of gal friends for that very reason. I'm not saying I don't have any, because I do have gal friends. I can name at least 5 of them off the top of my head. But I have more friends that are guys, because guys are blunt. And if a guy has a problem with you, they tell you I have a problem with you, right? If a guy man, I can't do that because, I just need some space to myself and just kind of whatever. Hello, cartoonists in Oslo. What is this jolly gathering? Yes, we are. This is the Urfspace podcast / Zardoz Connection. It's a podcast that we do, and we just kind of talk and draw. And we have various different guests sometimes, and
next week we have a guest.
We do.
I've got to confirm with him actually, but yes, this guy Ricky Matthews who makes models and things. Yeah, he's a great artist. Yes, so hopefully I get him on. I think I got to firm that up. I slightly forgot to follow up with that. Yes, so I have to get on that. Yes.
Okay. They're the cartoonist. I'm just doodling.
Yeah. That being said, here I'll put yours up in the main screen for a second so people can see what you're doodling. See, that's nice. Are those just advanced tanks?
I started with the wheel of the leftmost truck, and I'm just kind of seeing where the lines go. I don't know if our audience is familiar with Matthias Aldefsson, who is a wonderful illustrator.
Yeah.
And
Thank you. Yeah, mine's not so good.
Chuck is doing this as well. Amber's working on a graphic novel that will be serialized. So she is actually doing underdrawing and she's actually creating a cohesive narrative. Chuck and I are just screwing around. But
no, Chuck, I thought Chuck was doing. Are you doing your monster drawings, right?
No. Have a look. I'm drawing Chiani, Gamora, and Holga.
right,
Okay.
with no
Just drawn
underdrawing.
straight in with ink, no underdrawing or pencil. I'm going to do a little watercolor.
Yeah.
I'll just give them a little minute to dry it.
Yeah, because they're better artists than I am. I need underdrawings.
Well, it's not. I'm not. I just a little bit older, maybe. I mean, I just think that this is a more recent thing I've gotten into, where I've just sort of gotten a bit obsessed with not doing any underdrawing.
Well, you have to remember that there is all part of drawing without an underdrawing is to build courage. And if you look at some artist's style, Sergio Aragonés really doesn't do much underdrawing at all. He will lay out where areas are, but he has enough of a memorized style vocabulary that he knows where to put things, and he just goes straight into ink.
Here, I'll put mine up in there so you can see my underdrawing.
Yeah.
I hide nothing. Yeah. Well, Sergio.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how I normally do things, like pencil, like whatever. That you'll get it. It'll come out more like you mean it to. I don't know. And like doing this way, I'm working from a sort of photograph. I'm not trying to invent too much on the fly. Like if you're trying to invent something, it depends. Like Matthias Adolfsson. I mean, I love what he does, but he's working in with a sort of little set of rules in his head that allow him to sort of do it that way, and that's quite interesting. But it just depends what results you're trying to get. The thing is, though, I mean, if you told him like, oh, I need specifically this, and this, he'd probably be a little like, I just want to do what I want to do. But I think he can do whatever he wants. But I mean, it sort of depends on like the client and the brief. What you want to do, what you can do, what happens, I mean, certainly when you're young, you start out like, I want to do this, and you do it, and you're like, well, that doesn't look anything like I planned at the start. At this point, I think, I more or less know how it will come out.
Flu is also trying to put kids to bed simultaneously. We totally understand. My 2-year-old is currently at kid care with her father at the gym. That is why you haven't heard her for the past hour. Yeah, I should probably put like my virtual background back up so that. Well, I guess.
Oh, there's a cat. Hello, cat.
Yes, I do have cats. I have 3. And so, yeah. Let's see.
All right.
Zooming in on my reference, which is my own drawing. My own drawing is reference, so I can keep it consistent from panel to panel.
So I guess
Panel to Panel. That was your website, or still is your website?
Yes, it is still my website.
Panel to Panel. Why did you say panel? Why did you call it Panel to Panel? That's what I always meant to ask you that.
At the time, I owned like 4 different URLs. I owned Pictured World, Panel to Panel. I owned Comic Make, and like Lead Heavy, and like 2 others, kind of thing. And I basically, I bought all these URLs, and at the time there was only like $2 or $3 for a URL, and and I basically went to my brother, who at the time was like doing marketing and stuff like that. I'm like, which one has the biggest, kind of tells you its comics name, that's the most memorable and stuff. And he said he liked panel to panel, and I didn't get the panel TO panel, right? I didn't get that one. That one had already been taken, but I got the panel with the number 2, and I've just held on to it. And it tells you it's comics. You think about comics when you see it. And I spent a long time on my logo, working so that it reminded you of like a word balloon. I had kind of a word balloon shape for my logo. I might redo it. Yeah. But
no, it looks good. Yeah. No, it's no, it's memorable. Yeah, I know.
So why Urfspace?
This
game?
Yes, that's an interesting question. Ooh, to pull my headphones out. Hang on. So, I was calling it so Planet Earth. I don't know. I started using Planet Earth at some point, like in Pupil. Mm-hmm. Like Planet Earth. Where did I come from? Planet Earth. And then at some point, I thought, Planet Earth Entertainment or Planet Earth. That's a good brand name. And I sort of started looking into it. And I realized that it was, there was no trademark. So I registered a trademark in it. Mm-hmm. And started using it. And then very shortly afterwards, Riot Games came out with this thing called Planet Earth, like with Earth the Manatee.
Yeah, I see that.
And I spoke to this is the first time I spoke to my lawyer. I said, well, what do I do about this? He says, well, you have to send them a cease and desist letter. And I said, what if I sold my trademark? He said, well, still, the first thing you have to do is send them a cease and desist letter. So we did that, and we didn't hear anything back. And he said, well, you don't expect to hear anything back. But I noticed that they stopped really using it and promoting it.
Yeah, but if you search for Earth, it still comes up.
It still comes up, I know, and it did for a long time, and I wasn't really using it. But then I've used it more, and now I own it, and I'm using it on my brand. It's my registered trademark. So it came from people. But yes, and I thought like it really. I started using it though when I like Urfspace. I had the Planet Earth. I wasn't, I had it as my publishing imprint, but then I was doing this. I did the space cartoons. It just sort of started out as some space facts sort of things that I illustrated. I did, and I went through some different names. First, I was going to call it Weird Space, but then I saw that Weird Space is sort of used, and then I thought like some different things. At one point, I was going to call it Zob Space, but I don't know why. That was just a bit random, but I quite liked it. But I had Earth Space on my list, and Tina said, "Oh, you should just call it Earth Space." So I said, "Okay, I'll do that." And then now I've just sort of started doing it with all these different things, And then I started thinking about Earth Zeph, which was, like Zeph is like the style that band Die Antwerp, Yolandi and the Ninja from South Africa. They have like Zeph style, which is a sort of like a punky style, but kind of like uses a lot of cartoon and stuff like that.
I'll do that, so then that way people know what we're drawing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good. And then so that's sort of where Earth Zeph came from. And again, I was using sort of Earth Zeph just sort of privately, for my own when I did sort of little drawings like that. But then I decided, that's, I'll just use that. And, then I thought, well, I need a sort of separate thing for my search. So I started calling that Earth Search. And now, it's my registered trademark. I passed incontestability, like after 5 years, you can file like incontestability. So it's my, Planet Earth is my registered incontestable trademark.
Nice.
As long as I
so no one can say it belongs to them.
Yeah, and no one else can do anything else called Planet Earth.
Nay.
I mean, you can do there are a couple of other Planet Earth things out, I realise, but they weren't like nobody had, they weren't in the same category. First of all, like you register a trademark in a category, and they weren't like there was a Planet Earth beer or something, and somebody was doing a Planet Earth. Somebody was doing a Planet Earth comedy podcast, but they weren't doing anything. And I said, look, I'm going to register this trademark. Do you have any objection? And they said no. So I'm like, okay.
Well, yeah, if you're not getting any objection.
Yeah.
See, I'm trying to make this guy look like casual.
But if you're already using something, it doesn't. If you actually use it, doesn't really matter if somebody. Well, but it's just like, the whole process is very complicated. Really, I guess it's just.
Well, and also
but you would settle normally you would settle over something like that.
There's American copyright law, and then there's international copyright law, and the two are entirely separate things.
Yes.
Yeah.
What it all boils down to is lawyers say, unless you're a lawyer, I can steal your artwork. That's the simple That's the simple way it works. There is some copyright protection, but it doesn't really do you any good if a lawyer comes along and says, I want to steal your artwork. Because if you're not a lawyer, they'll be successful.
Maybe I should.
And apparently that it's possible to be a lawyer and an artist. Lawyers say, well, you just have to pay a lawyer. Okay, but lawyers make 10 times what I make. Okay, well that means I can steal your stuff. Okay, well, that's why you make 10 times what I do, because I don't steal your stuff.
Well, not necessarily. There's actually a surplus of lawyers now in the United States.
Well, yes. Well, they're all about to get put out of work by AI, basically. Anyway, so fuck them. Sorry.
Eventually, there's going to be one profession that's just not going to take it, and that's when you'll see the riots and the smashing of buildings and whatnot, the burning of the personal computers.
I don't know if that's going to happen. I think people are too attached to their convenience.
No, eventually we'll see the saboteurs because they're losing their jobs due to AI.
People are attached to the security and safety provided by the grid, and the law is the grid.
No, Judge Dredd is the law.
Yeah, and he represents the grid. But also, you see, the fact is that he is an impossible character, right? He's the sort of exception that proves the rule. Yeah, he's the perfect judge. But, without him, the whole... He proves that it's impossible because he's an impossible character. But he's a good judge. But, he can't exist. There's no such thing. He's a good guy. He's a good guy because he'll run into a burning building to save a baby.
Will he?
Yeah. Oh, yes. He's done. Yeah. John Wagner did a story. He runs into a burning building and saves a baby. So there's no clear doubt that he knows where his duty lies when it comes to that.
Okay. Yeah. He would do that because the baby is innocent.
The baby is an innocent citizen. Yeah.
Yes, but if they were drug dealers in that burning building,
I don't know. I don't know. That's a different story. I don't know if that story's come up. That would be a good one.
Well, remember, according to Judge Dredd, the baby would not be innocent.
Well,
no.
I don't think. Yes, I can't remember if that came out. It was just a 1 week story. So it was like a 5 or 6 page story. So it was just a one-off story. It was. There are probably other examples, but I mean, I think John Wagner was very clearly just sort of saying, yes, Judge Dredd would run into a burning building.
I misspoke. What I should have said was Judge Death. Remember, the crime is life.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Judge Death would not save a run into a building.
That's right.
That's Judge Death.
Yeah. Judge Death is like Judge Dredd. Their world was similar. But they decided that all crime was committed by the living, so they decided the simplest thing was just to make life itself a crime.
Is that your interpretation of Judge Death? I always thought it was like, it was obviously one of the Dark Mirror stories, right? Of this is the possible that could be if things had gone differently, right?
Yes. So things had gone differently, or that it could lead to that. That's where it's heading.
Well, what I feel like Judge Death was there's a lot of critique of Judge Dredd for being super hyper violent and like having kind of this nihilistic view of things, and I mean that. Like people would write about this.
Yeah, because Judge Death is quite jolly. Judge Death enjoys his work a lot more than Judge Dredd.
Well, what I was going to say is he was supposed to be the dark comparison to prove that Judge Dredd wasn't as bad as people thought he was. And so that was my thoughts. I don't know if that's true or not. I
don't know about that. I mean, that's part of it. I don't know. Some people really like Judge Death. Other people don't like it, and they say, "Oh, he's a bit too sort of fantastical or whatever." So, but whatever, they can do whatever kind of stories they like, and they do different ones. But Judge Death's always popular because he's grinning. He's like happy. He's Judge Dredd. He doesn't have all the worries. Judge Dredd does have worries. Judge Dredd. He worries that he's like being a good judge.
I don't think he worries about being a good judge.
Well, he doesn't worry about his own. Well, he will question it. Judge Dredd, you often know what he's thinking. Like they tell you what he's thinking, so you know the thoughts in his head.
Yes. Yes, that is true. He will definitely tell you the thoughts in his head.
Yes.
But he does so in a way where he will only tell you if you ask. You know, he doesn't just offer his thoughts. You know, it's Judge Anderson going, "What the hell are you thinking?" and him going, "If we do this, then."
No, but there will be stories that are written from his point of view. So you're like, like he's thinking this. It'll tell you. You know, he's yeah. You know, so it's not just that. Yeah, it's definitely you know what goes on in his brain. You know, it's not a big mystery what Judge Dredd is thinking usually. Like you know what he's thinking.
Yes, you know what he's thinking.
But he has problems. There are difficulties in the laws. There's corruption of the judges. There's questions about the law. There are questions, and he has to once in a while he has to wrestle with quite a difficult question about the law and the system.
So I probably have to get off because Ian has to get back to work. So I will. You guys can continue to stream, but I must say goodbye. So,
all right. Well, Amber, thank you so much.
Always good to see you.
Oh yeah, thank you. It's always nice to hang out with you guys, and I'll stop by in the future. Bye.
And, yeah, thanks so much. We'll see you next week, and thanks for managing comments and stuff like that. And
trying to manage comments.
Viewers.
Okay.
All right. Well, I want to keep finishing my drawing here. I don't know how Dale. How are you fixed?
I'm just doodling.
All right, we're going to keep on then without you, dear.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Bye bye.
We'll talk about Amber.
Bye.
Bye. I love her.
Yes.
Not in a marriage-threatening way, but
no. But we have some good conversations, don't we? It's fun. All right, so now I'm going to do some colour here. Color, as we say. My friend had a speak and spell when we were little. Spell color. COLOR. Color.
I don't know if I should color anything.
It made everyone very indignant. Color has a U in it. But I always hated that U. I thought color COLOR was a much preferable way to spell. Speak and spell kind of corrupted me like that.
I don't know if I'm going to color. I'm not in the mood for color.
It may be. If you want to know why I'm living in this country, you can blame Speak and Spell. Texas Instruments, directly responsible.
Texas Instruments has a lot to...
They got a lot to responsible. Because I'm not happy.
I never had a Speak and Spell. That came after my time. I had the Mattel Electronics games that were very popular. I had the Battlestar Galactica.
Oh yes.
Electronics game, which was really fun.
Oh yes, I was a bit envious of that one. I think I had like a Galaxians or something, like a little handheld jobby.
I went through a number of handheld electronics. The best, which never really took off financially, was Atari had a handheld called the Lynx.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Color handheld to compete with the Game Boy, and it just never took off. And
you were able to link it up, which is now a fairly common thing, but they were a little ahead with that. I thought it was popular enough. It wasn't that popular.
We got one. Sabrina was working for an auction company, and they were selling them off. And we loved them, but it was hard to get games. And we discovered the world of computer surplus. You would find there would be some guy dealing in Atari technology or dealing in Amiga technology. And they would have some little store with no sign in an industrial park, and you would have to know about them. Yeah. And they would just have just boxes and boxes of old tech, and we would buy Lynx games there.
Lynx games, yeah.
And it's interesting what happens in industrial parks. I just got a free massage table from Sabrina, and I had to buy some accessories for it. So I found that there's a guy who sells massage supplies. Oh. And I went there. They're in Mountain View. They're in an industrial park. And it turns out I had actually been there before. I didn't realize it. I had rented some rehabilitation equipment for a friend of mine who was recovering from surgery. And it's just this cool little store that you would know nothing about. And if you need to pick up a massage table or the sheets or the accessories, this guy sells it. Not everything is on the internet.
No, not everything is on the internet. But there's quite a lot on the internet. That's the problem.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean, yes. So yes, I was reading something a while back that was saying what people really want is to sort of, they want the search. They like the search, the hunting, and the finding.
I love
and when it's too easy to find what you want, you don't really want it.
I love the searching and the hunting.
Yeah.
But that's the problem anymore. There's no satisfaction in buying something online.
Well, speak for yourself.
I
don't like shops.
I'm right. You're wrong.
No, I know you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right from a normal
everything.
person's perspective.
I'm gonna start drawing something else.
What have you been doing now? I haven't really checked in on it lately. What are you up to? Let's go big and see what you're up to. Where'd you go? There you are. Ooh. Okay. Like Tanks and Bombs and the Candyman from Doctor Who. It looks a bit like. Or Jack in the Box, maybe.
I'm hungry. I want Jack in the Box.
You want Jack in the Box with a Vengeance. It's Jack in the Box with a Vengeance. That seems like a good title.
The thing is, this is all stuff I should be doing in a sketchbook, but it's just absurdly easy to do it digitally because you don't have to worry about the freedom in doing this stuff digitally. It has me develop bad habits.
Yeah.
Oh, did I show you that? I don't know if I'll be able to do this. Maybe. You'll notice that if you look at my digital file, it has the Strathmore watermark on my digital file.
Oh yeah, okay. Where's that come from?
I found it somewhere online, but I keep that above everything so that I'm working on Strathmore Digital Bristol. And then
wait, what?
Yeah, it's Strathmore Digital Bristol, and this is let me see if I can...
Is it actually Strathmore? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
It's a joke.
It's a joke. Okay, yeah. I'm just saying, like, is Strathmore Art making some sort of textured
thing
that you can
Bristol.
Draw on that will like make your pen work better or something?
I don't know if I can find...
That'd be quite a good idea for them, though. They should look into that.
Let me see if I can find the rest of it. Okay, that's on. Okay, that's up. Yeah, and you'll notice that at the very bottom, I've put the Crescent Illustration Board logo.
You put what? A Crescent Cardboard Company? What? All right.
When I went to school, we would do all of our illustration work on Illustration Board. So you go over to University Art and buy a stack of Crescent Illustration Board. It would either be in hot press or cold press, or you get the watercolor board. I just think it's good luck to have the Crescent logo at the bottom of my layer stack when I'm working.
Yeah, well, there's always a certain element you have to sort of get in the right mental frame.
Yeah.
No
and then have the Strathmore logo on the top. I don't know what to draw. I'll change my pen.
See what we're doing.
Oh. There we go. Eventually going to have to get the new version of Clip Studio Paint.
Yeah, I expect you probably are. There's no resisting it, really. You have to sort of move forward, or
Well,
no.
I
I
think I
sometimes think
am.
like if you get a computer, you should just set it to never upgrade anything because they always work perfectly when you get them.
Oh, that's what when I was a Mac genius. That was my advice to everybody.
Yeah.
Never upgrade the operating system.
Yeah.
And, oh my God, I got in so much trouble telling that to people, but it's true.
Sure you did.
Never upgrade your operating system. And if it's possible, you don't necessarily want to upgrade the application. Definitely not.
I had to. That's the trouble with once you go on the sort of streaming thing, though, they're automatically doing it.
And you also don't want to. Crap! I forgot what I was going to say. You don't want to upgrade your operating system. Definitely not before a deadline. You have no idea.
But that always seems like the best time to do it. You're like, maybe I'll just do it now.
Oh my God, you have no idea how many times I was at the Genius Bar and there'd be someone coming in panicking because they had a deadline and they said, oh, now's a good time to upgrade the operating system or, to make all these changes, and then they're hosed.
Jawohl.
And it just a complete nightmare every time. We used to wonder why there was never a TV show based on the Apple Genius Bar.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah,
pitch it.
And there was always talk about it because of things like the success of The Big Bang Theory. And then
there's all these Silicon Valley shows that were all quite similar. There's sort of Silicon Valley and a few other things. That would have been a different take on it, wouldn't it?
And then what you realize is that every week someone would have committed suicide.
What are you talking about, really?
Well, the characters.
Wouldn't make it a very jolly show.
No, it was not.
But it might help the suicide rate if people knew that people want to make a show about my life. I don't know.
I tried drawing a comic strip about working at the Apple Store.
Yeah, that sounds like a good concept. Why didn't that work?
It was just too depressing.
It's too depressing. I want to kill myself today. Where's Bob? He killed himself. That's quite funny. I think the world might be more ready for it now.
No wonder I can't. I'm trying to use the vector eraser and I'm working on the raster later. I hate myself.
Dilbert. I was quite pleased when I was cropping some of my pupils to put them on Instagram, and I came to the bit where Pupil became the editor of Baron Samdi's propaganda newspaper, which was all the writers were zombies. Baron Samdi really liked the Deadbert cartoon that Pupil had come up with, so it was good. So I was like, I was ahead of the time. I was mocking Dilbert and saying that the only person that could like Dilbert was a zombie mad dictator, which wasn't, I wasn't thinking ahead, but I was quite glad that was that was how it read in these days.
I haven't heard anything since the big brouhaha. I don't know if he created his online presence or if anyone's.
I think he wisely shut up and didn't keep doubling down like J.K. Rowling,
Well, I think that he's over in Pleasanton, and I have friends around here. We thought we could stage an intervention. We could go to Pleasanton, get some ice cream, and then drive around and listen for the screaming, and that would probably be his house. And we knock on the door and offer to, ask him, "What the hell are you doing?"
What the hell were you thinking?
You're a syndicated cartoonist. That's the lottery.
Is it? I don't really know. Well, for him it was. Yeah, he definitely was making bank. Yeah. He was all over the world, wasn't he? I mean, there was no cubicle in America that didn't have or office cubicle space that didn't have some Dilbert cartoons visible.
Yeah, he was. For a while, he had his finger on the pulse of the tech worker, but um, something happened. I don't know. I wish.
Yeah,
I
I
know.
feel like he got something happen to him.
I'm
I mean,
sure
it's
it
my only
did.
explanation I can think of, other than he's just a crazy bigot. But he didn't seem like a crazy bigot early on. I don't know. I mean,
He
I mean,
wasn't
there's
when I
some
met
things
him.
he's criticised for now, but those were fairly sort of, that was how it was at the time.
He was a nice guy when I met him a few times, and I
Yeah.
feel bad. But people change. Um,
Well, that's good. That's good news that people change. Not when they change for the worse, but
I'm expecting to
it's
change for the worse as I get older.
well, some
A
things will
lot
get
of
worse, some will get better. I think.
Some of my friends have stayed as I've gotten older. Some of my friends have stayed pretty good, and then a few of them went off the deep end, unfortunately. But it happens.
Yeah.
I really wonder what they think about me because no one.
Well, who knows? Yeah, I'm sure they do. Everybody thinks about people from time to time, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, I think about most people I know at one time or another.
Well, I have a checklist that I go through every year, and I decide, do these people still make the cut? Do they still deserve to know me? Um,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
You're a
yeah,
bit more selective than I am. I'm like, is this person still talking to me?
yeah. Like I like your wife. I like your wife Tina, but you're
Yeah.
kind of so.
Well, that's why I married her, because people like her.
Oh yeah, well yeah. Well, you married her, so
It's very helpful to me.
she can't really cut you out of her list.
Well, people are like, well, he's an idiot, but he's married her, so.
That's the only reason I come up there.
Yeah, they're like, poor Tina.
Ugh.
I think some people are like that.
How's the dog?
Oh, poor old Whiskey Way. He's getting old. He's been
Yeah.
he was being a bit sort of shivery lately, which and he was doing runny poops, which means he ate something he shouldn't have again. He's got like a super sensitive stomach these days. But he's milking it. He's sort of laying on the bed, going ooh every time you pet him, and he's obviously, I don't know. Yeah, and Tina thinks he's been thinking he's on his last legs for at least a year now, but he seems to be fine to me. But he's getting treated as if he's some sort of invalid.
That's good.
Yeah. But then he goes out barking. Like, he's recovered. Like, during the pandemic in 2020, I don't know if it was the same where you were, but where we were, it was just going mental with the fireworks.
San Jose has always been mental with fireworks.
No, but yes, round here, no. Yeah, round here it normally is. But in 2020, it was like crazy. And it started like months before July 4th. It went on for months afterwards. Like every night, like fireworks going off. And somebody said, oh, it's because like all these big shows got cancelled. And so there were all these fireworks flooding the market everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But Whiskey would not go outside at night. He became so terrified. He didn't even want to go outside after dark. But he's got over it now. And now he's quite happy. He's back to his old ways of going out and barking at everything non-stop. But it was interesting how freaked out he got by it.
We had to keep the cat in now because we had coyotes in the neighborhood, which is ridiculous because we're in a very residential suburban neighborhood, but a number of people lost their cats due to coyotes.
Oh, wow.
And so we keep the cat in.
Yeah.
But we got the old cat, and she has long hair, so I have to be on poop patrol and make sure there's no fur, which is a lot of fun.
Poop patrol.
Yeah. That's the thing about love is if you love something, if you love a person or a pet,
you have to let it go.
You're faced with, at some point, you're faced with something absolutely disgusting.
Oh yes, right, yes. Yeah. The horror.
Yeah, no love.
The horror of
the
human body or animal body or whatever it is, or some disgusting thing. Yes.
Yeah. When people ask what love Love is being willing to clean up after somebody.
Like, yeah, love is willing to clean up that shit. I don't remember that one. Do you remember those cartoons, Love Is? Did you even have those
yeah.
here? Yeah.
Oh, we had Love Is cartoons. The two bizarre young baby,
like naked people, naked old man and woman that look like children.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it always seemed to me. He was slightly weird, and he had very sort of very straightly brushed hair for somebody in the nude.
But I think that was a very popular worldwide strip.
Well, it was very simple. Yeah, I tried to do something really simple like that one time. I should have said, "Oh, it's too simple," and I was like, I think he's right. I'm not sure if he's right or not. I think the world really wants something that's stupid, but I didn't do it because it was too stupid for me.
Oh yeah, that's right. I think that was part of his shtick, that he had realized that it was something simple.
Yeah.
No, I always like the more complex stuff, but I like when I discovered Undergrounds, like the Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers.
Oh yes, I love it. Oh, I found something amazing the other day. I forgot I had it, and so I was like going through tidying up some of my collections and stuff like that, and I had a little stack of old Underground comics over there. I found this one. I had this one, The New Adventures of Jesus, which I picked up when I was sort of first in San Francisco at a bookshop. And it was written, and I hadn't really, I thought it looked a bit like Freak Brothers or whatever, but I hadn't really realized. I looked at it again, I saw it's written by Fulbert
Sturgeon.
Yeah, it's Fulbert Sturgeon. And I'm like, oh my God, that is Gilbert Shelton. It must be.
I believe it is.
It must be. Looking at it again, I'm like, oh no. Like before, I just thought it was something like that, but I thought, oh no, this is like, this is this is him, and he didn't want to, he's doing Jesus, so he's sort of hiding his name a bit.
The thing with the Freak Brothers is there was more than one artist who worked on them. One of them is Dave Sheridan, who passed away, and
yes, David Sheridan and
Spain worked on. No, was it Spain?
Well, there are some of Spain's cartoons in there, like in the comics, but they're like the Polka Dot Demon and stuff like that.
Oh no, Polka Dot Demon wasn't Spain. That was
Spain. Who's that?
I forget.
Oh no, that's Gahan Wilson.
Gahan Wilson, and sadly, I met him once, and sadly, he was the recipient of an attack that left him an invalid. He's passed on to Valhalla now.
An attack?
He was attacked, and it left him with a brain injury.
What kind of attack?
I think it was a mugging.
He was just mugged? Where did he live? How old was he?
San Francisco. I met him.
San Francisco?
There used to be a bookstore in San Francisco. I think it was called Pow or Kapow, and it was used books, but it was cult books, like paperbacks, magazines. I mean, it would be right up our alley.
Yeah.
I went there once, and this guy comes in, and he's showing the owner some artwork. I guess he was doing artwork for the store. It was Wilson.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, so, I'm kind of like standing there looking at him showing his original work. And I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
I was in the presence of...
Yeah, I love him. Yes, yeah. He's like, Yeah, I mean, I was looking at some of his stuff the other day and thinking, I think Andrew Farrago was sharing it. And I was like, oh yeah, this is really in the ballpark of what I'm doing with some of my Urfspace, some of the colored Urfspace where,
We've got to get Andrew on the show.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so that all our one audience
I'm busy with so many things I do. I'm not sitting there thinking I need to get guests on the show. I'm quite enjoying just coming on and just having a bit of drawing and not having to stress about the show right now.
All right, we'll get his wife on. She could draw with us.
Yeah, we should get Shaden on too. Yeah.
But there's a collection of work by Dave Sheridan, and I think the other artist is Shire or Shriver, but it's stuff they did for Mother Oates Comics. It's called
Mother Oates.
Oh God, what the hell is it? Is it Time Warp? It's something warped, and it's an amazing collection of Dave Sheridan just drawing these hallucinogenic drawings with all that incredible stippling. Wonderful black and white. And I love that underground aesthetic.
Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, it was really the Freak Brothers that got me wanting to make comics. I just sort of enjoyed it, and I thought how fun it was, and how sort of different and like a different sort of world that it was showing me. Yeah, I don't know.
And then
And
also
it was funny.
discovering Hunt Emerson. That was a big one for me.
Yeah, he was so yes, I just loved how his way of drawing. Yeah, very enjoyable.
But he's still doing stuff. He's got a couple new kids' books out.
Oh yeah, he's doing kid books.
Well, as far as I know, he's still doing the stuff for 40 and Times. And then I think he has a new one. One of it's dinosaurs set present day. And then he's got kids. I think he's illustrating the kids' books, not doing the writing.
Okay.
It's called Moby Duck. And I might have to buy Moby Duck just because I love his work. He would be someone I'd love to get on the show.
Yeah. Yeah, he really would, yeah. All right, so far so good.
Can't draw. What are you going to do about lunch today?
Well, I used to eat a lot of lunch. I usually have more breakfast, but I usually have like some sort of a sandwich or something.
I have to figure out what I'm going to cook for Easter. I may do the dreaded honey baked ham.
Oh yeah, Easter's coming up. Yes, all right. So yes, well, that's all coming on. Oh, I'm going down to Redwood City on Saturday night to the Club Fox, which I think is what used to be the
that
Fox
big Fox
Theatre.
Theater.
Yes. Yeah. To see the Minx, which is Jerry from the Seagulls, who's been on our friend on the show, but she also plays another band, which is the Minx, which is an all-female cover band of the Kinks.
Mm-hmm. Well, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, so anyone who's a Kinks cover fan, Kinks fan, or a fan of the Seagulls, although it's different music from the Seagulls, but Jerry's a great drummer, and you should come on out.
I told her she should talk to the people in Streetlight Records in San Jose to see if they would do maybe a record release thing, because they've done that with other groups. They should do that for the Seagulls.
Yeah, they should. Well, they had a sort of album launch at the Makeout Room, which was a fun night. But yeah.
I like Redwood City.
Yeah, well, it's been a while since I've been down there. I went
It has a costume shop there called House of Humor. I was disappointed that they don't have gorilla suits for adults anymore, but...
Well, they have them for kids, though?
Yeah, I went in there. The guy was embarrassed when he told me they didn't have any gorilla suits.
But he was just sold out, or this wasn't any call for them anymore?
I think the demand is down.
That's peculiar. Well, it's because they're not making movies with people in gorilla suits. Like, when they made movies like Trading Places, it was almost expected that someone in a gorilla suit would turn up in your comedy movie at some point.
I actually recently just bought the I bought a autobiography of a guy who was the gorilla in Trading Places.
Okay.
And this guy was a gorilla man, a professional.
He was one of the great gorillas, yes, of Hollywood.
And he, do you remember when you were a kid, the Samsonite luggage commercials with the gorilla?
Well, I don't think we had those.
Okay. There was a famous series of commercials on American TV.
Well,
and
get the gist, yes.
And this guy was the gorilla. And it was in the 70s, if I remember. And the suit was done by Rick Baker. And in the 70s, that gorilla suit cost $35,000.
Okay. So it was quite a gorilla suit.
I mean, God only knows what that would cost someone now. Last time I don't know if I told you,
Billions.
I was looking into it, and I was quoted $10K for a gorilla suit.
$10K.
Yeah, $10,000.
You can make one your own.
I
think that's actually if you really want to truly have a great gorilla suit, just make your own one.
Well, there are people who do that, and I've been researching it. You know,
yeah, you could do it. Of course, you could do it.
But I'll have to clean the duplex to do that because it's a big job.
Well, all right, but you break it down into smaller jobs. You can do a blog about it. Building my gorilla suit. You'd really get into the gorilla suit community.
Well, there was a gorilla suit community.
I know, yeah.
Ape Suit Cinema on Facebook, and their sister website, Hollywood Gorilla Men, is very adamant. I'm sorry, the wrong word. They're very supportive of the gorilla suit community and gorilla suit history.
Well, good. Yeah, exactly. I mean, people are ready to learn about gorilla suits, I feel like.
I don't know if kids are into it anymore. Like,
they would love to have the opportunity to dress up like a gorilla and go and make a monkey of themselves. That's one thing they're not allowed to do anymore.
Well, for the last National Gorilla Suit Day, I bought the new gorilla suit. And fortunately, Natasha's attic in San Jose,
Natasha. Yes.
They had a gorilla suit. Not a great one. It's a multi-part one. It's kind of silly, but I got it for National Gorilla Suit Day, and I was pleased with it.
Yeah.
But people they don't know about gorilla suits much anymore. I'll talk to people about it, and they just look at you like you're weird.
Well, we're going through this sort of phase of digital stuff, but I think the bloom's a bit off the rose now with all that, and they're going to start getting very interested. I mean, I think you could do some. They never came up with anything that was more beautiful or charming than what Ray Harryhausen did.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of room for stop motion. I met a stop motion guy. He was a sort of friend of a friend who sort of worked in VFX, and he was stop motion. And he said he was really he'd been in it for a while, and his wife sort of makes the clothes for the little models, and he'd worked on Wes Anderson and stuff, and he said he'd animated Mr. Fox, fantastic Mr. Fox, going up the hill, and then Wes Anderson said, "No, you did it too well. I need it to look more jerky."
That's great.
And then, but he also did. Then his dream job was in the new Star Wars movie. He got to animate the chess people. So apparently they did that with stop motion. Yeah, that was he was going to do that when I saw him. He got that job and he was really excited about it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing is, when I watch Star Wars, I watch it with the view of someone who watched those old movies. So, I see Peter Cushing in Star Wars, and I'm thinking Hammer. And when I see the special effects and the ships, I'm thinking Space 1999 and Dark Star. And
Space 1999 seemed more influential on later Star Trek. Later Star Trek seemed much more like you're all in a sort of nice carpeted living room or something.
Well, if you want to know what Space 1999 influenced, go into an Apple store.
Okay, you think that's yeah.
And
Yeah, well,
look
no doubt.
at
Yes,
current
you're
Apple
telling me
products.
it influenced Silicon Valley to a profound level.
Oh, when I saw the first iPod, oh, that's Space 1999 written all over it.
Yeah. So you think Steve Jobs was like watching Space 1999 and
I think it was Johnny Ives, but
oh, Johnny Ives? Yes, all right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, no doubt.
oh my, for some reason my computer's super slow. Time to buy a new one. I just wish Apple would finally put the OS in the iPad.
Yeah. What? Okay, tell me more. I don't really understand the difference between OS and iOS, other than iOS is a pain in the ass.
iOS was their phone operating system,
Yeah.
their competitor to Android.
Right.
And you have to buy your apps through the Apple
App Store.
the
Yeah.
App Store, and it's not as powerful as a full operating system. And what I've been reading lately is people are wondering, where are all these apps that they were supposed to be, and they're not there. There's rumors that there will be an iPad with an operating system, but it just hasn't happened. But
Right,
I
well,
would buy a larger iPad with a full operating system in a heartbeat. I would love that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I don't know how it would work. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it sounds good to me. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I find it very frustrating trying to do things on an iPad. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to, I just guess I do it on my desktop.
well, if you had an iPad that ran Photoshop,
I mean, it runs
suspect
Photoshop SE, but Photoshop SE is this sort of weird,
Oh, that's
monstrous
not
thing that
Photoshop.
like refuses to work very well with like Apple Photos, or it wants you to all put your photos in Adobe. All right, this is just turning into this is not much of a show now. It's just sort of wild ranting about apples.
Well, we're drawing.
Oh, we are drawing. Yeah, okay, we're drawing, folks. That's what's happening here.
Yeah.
We're putting colours on the page.
You are. I'm not.
I'm nearly finished. When I finish this drawing, I have to go. It's already at my limit.
Yeah, I should get lunch.
Sitting in one place.
I should do my taxes. You done your taxes yet?
Well, I got them in like early. My accountant said sort of get them in early, and I sent them off. And I haven't heard. Well, I did hear back say he was getting to them, but that was like about a month ago, and he still hasn't. I haven't heard back, and I'm like, well, what's the point of me getting them in early if you're not going to get on with it? But all right. And I messaged him yesterday, so hopefully he's getting on with it. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, well, this tax system here, it's very weird. You know, do it all yourself. Get your accountant, somebody, pay someone to do it. Yeah, no way you can do it. Just like, yeah, I mean, you have to do it. It's ridiculous. Like the UK, you don't really have to do it if you're like an employee or whatever. It's just it's sort of more automatic. But if you're self-employed, I mean, I have to file a UK tax return. Okay. Small brush. Well, I'm quite enjoying these drawings. The one I did last week, I was like, oh, I've been looking at it a week, thinking, yeah, I'm glad I did that. I think I'm going to like this one too.
It's nice for me to be drawing again. I need to do so. So there's mine.
Let's have a look. Let's make you big. Yeah, looks good.
It's fun. Everybody draw, kids.
Yeah, your guy looks like he can face off against mine.
Need to get back onto the show.
This actually, that's quite good format. Isn't that?
They could adopt him as a kitty.
Yeah. Yeah,
There
he
was
seems like he'd be a good sidekick.
There was a character in Larry Niven, the science fiction author's books, called the Gazin.
Called the what?
Feline alien, and they were quite popular.
Hmm.
They're actually part of Star Trek canon now. Larry Niven wrote an episode of
Oh yeah, yeah, he wrote
Star
something
Trek
here, yeah.
animated series.
Oh yes, Star Trek animated series. Oh yeah, okay. I really liked that as a kid, and then I was going to watch, and I found it somewhere. I was going to watch it. I thought, well, I better go back and watch all of the original Star Trek. But by the time I'd gone back and watched all of the original Star Trek, I couldn't watch the animated series again.
You want to? Well, you should watch the animated series, and then on Paramount Plus,
Yeah,
they
it
have
wasn't
a new
available anymore. Now
animated
you have to pay
series.
for it. Yeah.
They have a new animated series called Lower Decks, and I
Mm.
really recommend that.
Oh, you
There's
do?
such-
I don't know. I thought that looks a bit ghastly, but are you telling me that's good?
Oh no! It's like Rick and Morty,
Oh.
but it's Star Trek Rick and Morty, and
Okay. Well, yeah,
it
that's
has-
what I thought it looked like. But all right.
it has so many Easter eggs. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
You're a Trekkie, you'll love it.
Or an Easter egg fan. I'm an Easter egg fan. I'm looking forward to my Cadbury's Easter eggs. That's a good thing. Like things like that. You see, I'm glad. You know, that's why I have hope for this country, because you can now get Cadbury's eggs fairly easily here, and you can also get salt and vinegar crisps fairly easily. Now, both of those things were not to be found anywhere when I first arrived here. So I'm glad to say that this country's made some startling improvements in the nearly 3 decades that I've lived here.
Before I stopped drinking, I knew where I could go get Bass Ale, and I could get
Yeah.
a really good British ale. There's I
Where's
don't know
that?
if it's still open, but it was called Free Wheel Brewery. It was a brew pub up in can't remember if it was Palo Alto or Redwood City, but they brewed their own beer, and they had a good plate of fish and chips. Well, I've drawn a little today. I'm
Yeah.
pleased with myself. Want to
Yeah,
wrap it
I'm
up?
pleased too. I'm wondering if I think I'm going to put a little bit of sand dunes behind them. I probably should have done that. You're supposed to do the background first.
Really?
That's what I heard. Yeah, you should do the background first. 'Cause-
Wait! Is that Amber?
Yeah, I'm
Oh, she's
back.
back.
Hey, Amber's
She's
back.
back. I'm back. I'll be back.
Yeah. Let's see. There I
Good
am.
drawing.
I'm sharing my drawing.
We did talk about you. Really?
That's
Don't
fine.
pay any attention to what the audience says.
Oh, I don't care.
Well, we've been just carrying on like there isn't an audience.
There's at least one person watching.
Yay.
Somebody forgot to turn their computer on. There.
That's a cat.
Let's see. Yeah, actually, I had it on in my Twitch, so I can see like kind of what was going on and stuff. But finished dinner, or I should say lunch, and
Lunch, yes.
got my daughter watching Curious George, and Ian's
Curious
taking the rest of the day off. So I'm like, can I work? And you guys are still up here, and so here I am. Hi. So now we're working.
You are.
I don't know. That's the rumor, right?
I just did that.
Well,
Yes. Yes. One
I
thing
guess
that
it'd be work if somebody buys this. Otherwise, it's just me sitting away asking stiff.
Well, drawing is a sport, and in essence, what we're doing is exercise.
Yeah,
Well-
I feel like I'm warming up.
I thought it was a practice, like medicine.
Yeah, a practice. Yes, it's a practice. Yes.
Okay. I'm too tired to argue.
You're too
Daily
tired to
practice.
argue.
Yes, you have to do daily practice with it. Yes.
I'm too injured to argue. I'm still injured
Why are you injured?
because I'm an idiot. I have a boo-boo on one finger, and I have a boo-boo on the other finger. And
I read about your boo-boos.
yeah, and when I asked for sympathy, I got very little sympathy.
Oh dear. What? Wait. What? Boo boos?
I thought you were
didn't
being
read about your
sarcastic.
boo-boos. I'm
That's
sorry.
why I
I
said
wanted
man up.
sympathy.
That's why I said man up.
Yeah, people tell me to walk it off. Bastards.
No, my exact words were man up.
Thanks.
No, and
Man up.
yeah.
Amber. That's not very woke of you.
Yeah, I consider myself a pretty woke person.
Yeah, I
When
think
it
you
comes
generally
to-
are. Yeah, but
I'm
not
not
that
going to get
instance.
into the who's more woke argument.
No, I consider myself a pretty woke person. But there
Yeah,
are some
I would say
where
you
it's
are.
just
Yeah.
where it's just like, dude, just like do it or whatever.
Yes, at some point, it's just ridiculous now. What is wrong with your finger? I'm sorry, I'm being unsympathetic. I don't even know what the problem is.
I hurt my finger. I have a boo-boo. I have two
What kind of a
boo-boos.
boo-boo? Like cancer?
No,
Cancer of the
no,
finger?
no.
No.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah, finger cancer.
I thought it was just like a cut or something.
Yeah, I cut myself. Put on a bandage, and then I cut myself on a different finger later in the evening. And I realized, screw it, it's time to go to bed. If I don't go to bed, I'll cut myself again.
I'll do it again.
It's not
That's not what's happening.
There are just some days that you get a sign that it's time to end the day. When I worked for Apple, the cat that we eventually adopted, whenever he would get on top of my car and tried to distract me by playing with him, I knew that the rest of the day was going to be hell. I learned that it was an omen. He was trying to keep me from going to work.
Yeah.
No, play with me. Save yourself.
Save yourself. That was a good cat.
Cats usually are. The last cat I lost was Leon, and I didn't have him for very long. I had him for about 1.5 years or so. But he was an older cat, so the way I look at it, I had him in his later life. And that cat played fetch. He was friendly to everyone. He just hung out. Like where we were living at the time had this natural trail behind the I shouldn't say natural trail. It was like a park trail in a natural area, behind the apartment complex. And there's like a little bridge going over a drainage canal to get there. And he would just hang out there for people riding their bikes, jogging, to stop and pet him. Yeah, he was a cool cat.
Yeah, some are very social. My cat right now, Huey, he steals stuff and brings it home.
I know you said he stole a Caterpillar tractor once.
He stole a bulldozer. He's stolen cars and bulldozers. He's stolen every. The other day, Sabrina and I got home from. We went out to spend the day, and we got home, and there were couch pillows in the yard. He had stolen couch pillows and put them in the yard.
Are you sure he just doesn't have minions that are bringing these things to him?
No, his minions worship him for it, though. He'll sing when he brings something home, and they come running, and they're just like in awe.
Have you seen his minions?
Oh, yeah, it's his niece and nephew.
Oh, okay.
Now, Huey is also an associate producer of Cinema Insomnia, which is a friend of the show, even though they don't know it. Their latest Blu-ray, which is coming out of the episode where they host Abraxas, Huey's an associate producer on that.
Mm.
Wait, Abraxas? You mean the Santana album?
No, it's an old movie. It's an old movie from the 80s. It's sort of a Terminator robot from the future to kill some woman. But if you watch it, you realize by the end it's just a bad Hallmark Christmas movie.
Okay.
There's Cinema Insomnia is going to be working on an episode coming up where they're going to host John Travolta.
Oh goodness. Okay, I have to go. I have a call.
Oh.
I forgot I have a Goodman Games call I have to get on. And anyway, I'm done with my art, guys. There it is. That's what I did.
We got Holga. We got someone wearing a still suit. Who is that?
That's Chiani.
Okay.
Chiani, Gamora,
from
and
Dune, and Gamora from Guardians of the Galaxy. There they are.
I like that. I like those likenesses.
You know,
It's cool.
I don't know.
Looks really
Gamora
good.
looks special. I'm not sure the others have got much likeness, but they're
Really,
my
I like Holga. I really like the way that you did her outfit.
Yeah. Oh, I like. Yeah, I think I got the outfits pretty good. I was focusing more about the outfits really than the faces.
All right. Well, Dale and I can hang out.
Yeah. Have fun, guys. And
Bye.
what is the time actually? Okay, so I've got the minute. All right. See you next week, everybody. Cheers.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, thank God he's gone.
I'll have to remember to do the end tune.
No, you don't have to bother remembering.
Really? You don't like it?
It's do whatever you want. You're in charge of the show.
I guess so. Talk to me. What's going on in Daleland?
As I was saying, Huey, he hasn't decided if he's going to associate produce the new episode of Cinema Insomnia, which is on Twitch, Boy in the Plastic Bubble with John Travolta.
Uh-huh.
I think that he will, though, because it gets him points with his vet, Dr. Nat. It's Sarah Vet. They're big fans that Huey is now working his way up the Hollywood ladder.
I see. Well, I mean, Huey is he's a smart cat.
Yep.
You know, he seems to pick his projects very carefully.
Yep. Anything that will give him an IMDb credit for money, he'll cough up some money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've had IMDb credits and I never got paid for any of them. I think one of them I got paid for.
He's doing it for the chicks.
Oh, he's doing it for the chicks.
Yeah,
okay.
the assistants at the vets, they're very impressed by Huey.
Oh, I see. Because he's just such an amazing cat on so many levels.
He's gone Hollywood.
He's gone Hollywood.
Yeah.
Let's see.
You missed. We talked about gorilla suits for a while. And I want a better gorilla suit.
You want a better gorilla suit? Well, you were talking about like if you put the gorilla suit in a dress, is it drag?
Yeah, that's actually an interesting thing on Cinema Insomnia. Is as a tribute to Bob Burns' Kogar, the swinging ape. Dixie Delamorto dresses as Kogarella, which is a gorilla in a dress. And the thing is a guy in a gorilla suit wearing a dress, and Dixie's not a guy, but would that be drag? And if it's a girl in a male gorilla suit in a dress, would that be drag?
Well, drag is very specifically hyperfemininity of dressing like women and being either a man or a woman. I know a few female drag queens. But yeah, so
gorilla
when you
suits
see,
eliminates that.
well, we're talking about cross-dressing and transvestism in general.
Okay.
And that exists across the spectrum, but drag is a very specific description of hyperfemininity, and think like the big makeup, the big lips, you know, like you know, the sexuality of a drag queen. All of that is part of the performance of drag.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it's like vaudeville. It's like vaudeville describes transvestism, and drag describes a performance within vaudeville.
well, I guess it's an interesting thing. Well, I know why it's being attacked. I mean, it's a group of harmless people who are an easy target for a culture war.
Yeah.
It's despicable, especially since a lot of these people grew up on Bugs Bunny and Monty Python, and you have examples of people. Who's that lawyer who was the mayor in New York? The one who's been insane.
Giuliani.
Yeah, Giuliani. Giuliani was in drag a number of times for various comedic things, and you know, I grew up with guys doing it for Halloween.
Yep.
I mean,
the movie E.T., when they filmed the scenes for Halloween, they filmed it actually on Halloween, and in order to kind of encourage the kids to be active in that, you know, he dressed as a woman that day. You know, there's pictures of Steven Spielberg dressed as a woman.
I don't understand this. Well, I do. I mean, I say it. I do know that this is deliberate, think tanked distractions.
Is that what it is?
Yes, it is. Terms that we come across like woke and snowflake and cuck, these are things that are not arising by themselves. These are deliberate advertisements. These are slang that are being fed to people and taught to say. Because I've watched people start picking that stuff up. But I would like a better gorilla suit, and I've been researching it. The question is, do you make it or do you spend the money? And, you know, I'm of the age where, you know, you got to start thinking, do you get a trophy wife? Do you get a sports car? Do you get a sailboat? You know, would a gorilla suit fulfill my midlife crisis?
I think a gorilla suit is a cheap way to test compared to a sports car or other midlife crisis items.
Well, my last one cost me $300. I slightly overpaid, but it was available, and I got what I paid for, and I'm very pleased with it. I got a $10,000 quote on a gorilla suit, and you know, that kind of throws me off. So I have to think, what is my gorilla suit budget?
Well, I mean, you should start there. What's my gorilla suit budget? If you're not starting there, then you're just setting yourself up for disappointment by looking at expensive gorilla suits rather than looking within your budget to start with and going, what can I get for my budget? Or what can I improve? Because don't forget, you can always buy cheap things and like cheaper fur and add it. You know,
that was suggested to me by, it was surprisingly, it was suggested to me by Chris Wallace, who is part of the Ape Suit Cinema Facebook group. Very kind man, and he suggests, and he's done this. You buy multiple gorilla suits, that have different good features. Like buy this one.
Yeah, and then you Frankenstein them together. I've done that
Right.
before. I've worked at 2 different costume shops. You'd be surprised what they did for the rentable costumes. I remember at one of the costume shops that I worked at, this for Easter bunnies, one company made really good bodies and another company made really good heads, and a third company made really good hands and feet, right? And so what they did is they then mixed and matched and tiered their suits down. So they had their high quality suits and then their low quality suits that had the worst items of everything, right? And it was an interesting thing because there's, again, you're talking about budget. People would come in looking, what can I rent? And there was a difference between the $200 suit and the $50 suit, but they had to buy like 6 or 7 different types of suits to make the variations.
Yeah, so I looked into getting various suits and masks, and a lot of them were just out of stock.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that easy. And then I thought, what do I really want in a gorilla suit? And what I realized is I want something like Tracy on the Ghostbusters. I want Bob Burns' Tracy. That's going to be a difficult task.
Now you're talking about the original Ghostbusters before.
I'm talking about the Ghostbusters on Saturday morning TV with
the original Ghostbusters. Yeah,
Larry Storch and the living legend Horace Tucker, and the Tracy the Gorilla trained by Bob Burns. Tracy the Gorilla. Kids, I want you to close your ears if you're a kid. Tracy, that is an evolution of Bob Burns' Kogar suit. It was a new mask done by Rick Baker.
Oh, nice.
And I didn't know this except for the people at Ape Suit Cinema. But I want a better gorilla suit. I have a pal who got a Tesla. I've got a pal who got a Maserati. I don't know. I don't want to go that way. I'm not a car guy.
Okay, so I got those guys. All right, let's turn off perspective. Okay, and then these guys are in there. We are going to make a panel 3. I know it probably looks like chaos, huh? But I have a plan, I swear. Panel 3 folder. That goes in there.
So what's going on in Amberland?
Ian and I had a date night last night. That's about it.
You went to movies?
Yeah, we went and saw. I have that.
How packed was the theater?
Not very. I think it was us and 2 other couples.
Well, it was a Monday night.
Yeah, Monday night. But the theater had options of either the regular theater where it's regular seats, or you spend a little bit more money, you get the XD, which is the recliner seats that heat. And so we paid for the XD experience, the recliner seats that heat, and so did 2 other couples. And so we're sitting up here, they're sitting down there. And you pick your seat ahead of time, so you got to see where the other couples are sitting, and so you can sit very, very far away from them.
That freaks me out that they have seating like that now. I don't know if I like that idea.
You don't?
I don't know if I do. You have to remember that I was of the day where you would run into the theater because it was festival seating, and you would have a roll of tape with you, and you would tape off a row of seats because your friends were all in line getting their goodies. And the seats were all uncomfortable metal and plywood, and fabric that was in essence now leather because of all the gum stuck to it.
Good times.
I think that you have to suffer for a movie.
I feel like as time progresses, things improve, and people like to be comfortable.
Yeah, but it makes the movie. So, remember the 3 Star Wars movies after the first 3, the ones with.
George Lucas directed the prequels, or are you talking about the Ewok Adventures?
I'm talking about the prequels.
Okay, because there were Ewok Adventures, which are technically the first sequels of the original trilogy.
Which doesn't make sense because if they had blown up that Death Star in orbit of the planet, it would have wiped out all the way.
But ours is not to wonder why. Ours is but to do and die.
Right, but so I went to those and I brought my niece, my friend's kid, and it was going to be a different experience for her because she had never seen a Star Wars movie in the theater. She, of course, knew what Star Wars was, because her parents were enormous freaking nerds. But this is the first time she would have seen a Star Wars movie in a theater. And we were trying to explain to her, line culture, where you would stand in line for hours and hours and hours waiting for a movie. And she just looked at us like we were insane.
There's a meme that's been going around where someone says, oh, the generation of today will never understand what it means to try and go to the bathroom and rush back with your snacks before the show starts again. And the first response is, well, why didn't you just pause it? And it's like, things evolve. My parents were always very good about showing me the evolution of technology. They, what they did is, like, when we watch an old movie or whatever, my mom says, see how the phone's on the wall and it's connected and they speak here and then they hold up to their ear. That's how phones used to be. Right. So when I'm looking at it, I go, oh, that's a phone. Right. When I was like, 4 or 5 or whatever. Yeah. And then years later, when this would be in cartoons or whatever. But years later, people are like, they don't even recognize what the thing is. And I feel like my parents tried to preserve some bit of that past experience. And I don't know, they gave me an appreciation for the past.
Well, when I grew up in the 70s, and there was all these...
You gotta let it go, Amber.
Gotta let it go. That's Ian telling me the past is dead.
Thanks. Thanks, Ian.
That's that Ryan Johnson bullshit.
What's that Ryan Johnson bullshit?
You gotta let the past die.
Is that what you said?
It's like, no, motherfucker. I want to go and I want to see a good freaking Indiana Jones
Star
Wars movie.
Yeah, I want to see a good Star Wars movie.
I don't want my expectations to be subverted. I have expectations for a reason.
Maybe Ian should be on the show.
I'm opinionated.
Wait. We're going to add yet another host.
I don't know. I said on the show, maybe as a guest. But yeah, he's very opinionated when it comes to things like that.
Ruined my childhood. Absolutely destroyed
it. Everyone's childhood gets destroyed.
Yeah.
When I was a kid and you were watching TV in the 70s, you would have reruns of stuff like the Three Stooges, which were from the freaking 30s. And so you had it was a really weird education. You would have an awareness of like World War II rationing.
Yeah.
And you'd be exposed to things like lever refill fountain pens.
Here's an idea on that note. Okay. So in old, say,
Tom and Jerry cartoons.
Yeah.
When Tom would like attach something to Jerry, and Jerry would like attach it to whatever else, and it's like going through the wall, right? And you'd see it tear up the wall. You'd see it tear up slat board, right? Where there's slat, and then this, the stucco on the outside of the wall. And when I was in college, I spent a summer helping to repair my friend's house that was in disrepair, basically for my rent, because I couldn't afford rent between semesters of school. And so it was a house built in like 1904. And so when I opened up the wall, it was slat board, and I recognized it because Tom and Jerry. So I knew how to fix it because I'd seen Tom fix it.
When I was in college, when I was in college, my friends had a house.
Yeah.
Fraternity. And there was so much wall damage. Everyone became an expert on patching walls. And it would usually just be a sheet of paper or cardboard that they would put some putty over and then repaint. So the walls of that house, you couldn't even touch them because there was nothing really solid behind them.
Oh, that as a child of a general contractor, that makes me sad. If you repair things right the first time, you don't have to re-repair them. Right?
Yeah,
a half-assed job takes twice as long.
Yeah, but this is drunk college kids.
True. I will give you that.
But no, I know what you mean about you pick up these old culture. I mean, how many people grew up, their first experience with classical music was Bugs Bunny?
My mom always tried to play classical music in the house and expose me to that and say, like, there was life before this century, back in the 20th century. And then when you move into the 21st century, it gives you this weird perspective of like time moves and it changes and the things are impermanent. like I'm deep or something.
No, I know what you mean. Like it's a little odd for me. My mom would bring it up more because my grandmother saw the history of the evolution of the airplane. Because she was born 1900.
Mm-hmm.
It's look at, I've seen the evolution of desktop computing, which is very odd. And I'm old.
Well, I'm going to be 40 this year. I feel old. I'm not.
Kid.
You say I'm a kid, but I still feel like 40 is a milestone.
It's a milestone.
Yeah.
I think you should buy a car and a trophy wife.
No, I don't need to. My car's from 2015. I bought it new in 2015, and it's still running good. We did just have the engine rebuilt. So
mine's 10 years old. I have to start looking.
Let's see. Mine is not 10, it's 8 years old. So, but we're gonna probably hold on to it for a while until like they eliminate gas because we're poor.
Well, the best way to help with your finances is be careful about what car you buy and keep it as long as you can.
Yeah, and we were talking about repainting it, and just kind of giving it some love. One of the seats got torn on the inside, the driver's seat, just from wear and tear.
You just buy seat covers.
Well, no, I was thinking about actually getting like a seat repair kit and fixing the leather. Where you...
No, we'll just reupholster it.
Or Ian's like, we'll reupholster it. Let's save as now. Because we got to save this as color, and then I got to flatten it. And, yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just randomly drawing shit.
Oops. Change that. Okay, let's see. And then we'll do
And then we will save as. Yes, just to make sure it's there. Okay. Open. Colors. Let's rename this guy. Can I rename him? Rename. Colors. At least trying to keep my naming conventions consistent. So, trying. Ta-da! There's my colors. All right, we're going to close this down. And now we have colors. And so all of this stuff goes into my sketchies folder because that's my sketchies. And I minimize that. I keep it around in case I need it, right? But like you can see if I open up my sketchies folder, like, and I turn that on, you can see all the work I put into it. Turning off the art. So that's where I started. Here, let me do this. So then that way, let's do this so I can share with you. See? So you can see my sketches here. You know, my refined sketch, my original thumbnails for things and stuff like that. And then this is the final art. Ta-da!
Do you put the balloons in before you start inking?
I at first wasn't doing that, but we had I think it was Bob the Angry Flower. He was talking about putting the balloons in and it helps you space stuff out. And I started doing it after we had him on the show.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, that really works well. That no wonder he does that. It's like there's a theory behind making comics.
I think Sergio does that too.
Yeah.
He's having Stan Sakai do it for Brew.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's see, I think I want to make a new folder and then this is going to be colors. My colors folder. Colors. Colors. I think
with a U for Chuck.
No, I think Dale's too old for that.
What?
That song. The Colors song is from the 90s.
Are you talking about by
Ice-T from the movie Colors.
What?
Ice-T from the movie Colors.
I guess it's Ice-T from the movie Colors, according to Ian.
Ice-T? You mean the guy on Law and Order?
Sean Penn?
SVU? Yes. Yes.
Yeah. No, I think there weren't enough hot brunettes on that.
It was a Robert Duvall and Sean Penn movie.
There weren't enough hot brunettes for you?
Yeah, you see, that's Law and Order is just a hot brunette delivery vehicle, and Blue Bloods, they went with that as well.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bridget Monaheim is in Blue Bloods, and it's just a delivery vehicle for her. And Tom Selleck's mustache.
Well, Tom Selleck's mustache has had many delivery vehicles over the years.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he shaved it off for Ike. He looked completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was like, wow, that's Tom Selleck acting.
I have seen Sergio Aragones without a mustache.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That movie?
What, Alibi?
Her Alibi.
No, I don't remember that movie.
That was a Tom Selleck movie, and then he played a writer.
Yeah, it was. I forget the name of the model who was in it.
Let's see. Oh, there's one thing I forgot. I forgot to grab. Let's see. What is it?
Tom Selleck was supposed to be Indiana Jones.
I know.
And he was stuck in that show.
Yeah, and so they made one episode where he gets to dress up like Indiana Jones as his little, like, I think it was the last episode, as this little, you know, oh, sorry, we be Indy.
Yeah. Sorry, we destroyed your career.
Yeah, I don't know if he would have like done well.
Talking about Shia LaBeouf?
No, talking about Tom Selleck.
Oh, yeah, Tom Selleck.
Yeah, I don't know if he would have been a good indie. Like,
I think he would have.
Ian thinks he would have, but he loves Tom Selleck.
I love Magnum PI.
See?
Well, everyone has their guilty pleasure cop show. I'm a huge Dragnet fan.
You're a Dragnet fan?
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah. I like
Everything
Columbo.
I know about fur coats, I learned from Dragnet.
I like Columbo.
Oh, Columbo's the best.
Yeah, Columbo is one of my favorites. And then I am a big fan of just like Streets of San Francisco is a good one.
Did you ever watch Kolchak the Night Stalker?
No, Ian's talked about it though.
Oh, you gotta see it.
I like Dirty Harry.
You have to see Kolchak the Night Stalker.
So dirty.
Yeah, Ian's like so dirty when I said Dirty Harry.
So hairy.
So hairy, he says.
So dirty.
Okay, remind him this is a fucking kid show.
I tried to remind him that, but he just does not care. And
Dirty Harry's, and yes, dirty. Dirty Harry's
everything
kind
wrong
of
with cops.
a 70s ripoff of Bullet.
He says that Dirty Harry's a 70s ripoff of Bullet.
Yeah, I can. But he's everything wrong with cops still.
He says he's everything wrong with cops.
Supposedly they're going to remake Bullet, which I don't see how that would be any good for us.
Mm. Let's see. Oh, that's that one. Okay, so we're going to delete that.
Kolchak. I need to give you a list of old TV shows. Like, do you watch Space 1999?
Space 1999. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Oh my God. We got to get you on Space 1999 and UFO.
And UFO.
Yeah.
No, my jam growing up was X-Files.
Yeah. That X-Files was based on Kolchak.
It was based on Kolchak?
That's why Darren McGavin was in it.
Aha.
Kojak.
Yeah.
Who loves you, baby?
Yeah, Ian's going, Kojak, who loves you, baby?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the commentary that I deal with on a regular basis.
How old is Ian?
Ian, you're going to be what, 47?
46.
46 this year.
Okay, Ian and I overlap then culturally.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see. I will call this magazine line art, and that is if I spelled magazine correctly. Let's see. Let me do this. Let me put us up like this. And I will do that. And now people can see. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to blow you up big. What are you doing? Damn. Ooh.
I'm just screwing around.
Is he a skeleton spaceman?
Yeah, I'm just screwing around.
Spaceman.
Okay, can I see the top drawing? Oh, very cool. What are the cats doing? They're just collecting books?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe they're making my personal little library.
I had an idea for a strip once that it was post-apocalyptic, and it was like Planet of the Apes, but with cats. But like most things that I do, I just didn't do it.
Well, I don't know. The only way to, change that is to change it.
Actually do something?
Yeah.
Nah.
Why am I challenging your?
Yes. Don't make me push the envelope.
How dare I?
No. When I'm feeling better, I'm doing better, health-wise.
Yeah, that's good. Aside from your boo-boos.
Yeah, except from the boo-boos. Yeah.
Okay. Art question. Okay. So on This bit right here,
Hang
can
on.
see I have a borderless panel.
Hang on. I'm coming to it.
Okay.
Remember, I'm a slow old man. Yeah, I see the borderless panel.
Borderless panel. Should I include the magazines in the borderless panel?
Yes.
Okay.
You should include the magazine. Oh, damn it. I'm
What?
actually wondering. I'm wondering about that table line, to be honest.
About not including it?
No. You know how the table line, look at the first two panels.
Do you think I should break up the table line? Because the box is touching the side of the panel.
For some reason, I don't like the table line hitting those two borders. What you could do.
Well, I do have a tangent. So, I mean, I could see that. So let me try this. What we will do is we will.
You're going to put a couple white lines there to see if it.
Let's see. Where is that? That is that on Peeps? Nope. Addy Peeps. Nope. Okay, so where is that? Is that background?
Do you have an erase layer or a whiteout layer?
No, but that's a good idea. That's just what I'll do. So what I like to do is actually use a layer mask.
Okay, a layer mask.
Yeah, and then with
There's
my layer
so many
mask.
different ways of doing it.
I know, but what I like about the layer mask is that I'm not destroying anything, kind of like, the whiteout layer. But the whiteout layer I don't like because it makes coloring difficult because then you start seeing all your edits, right? But this way is a much cleaner way. So here's an idea, okay? What if, because I can always delete it if I don't like it. What if? Okay.
Yeah, you see right away, that reads better to me.
That does?
Yeah.
Okay, and then that's Addy Peeps.
So I would not have anything touching the border. And do that and take a look at it. I don't know if I would have it that sharp, but the idea of a panel without a border is you're looking at this differently and putting a different emphasis on you're zooming in on the character and you're trying to communicate the character gazing at that magazine, I believe.
No, looking at the cart, but the magazine just happens to be there in the foreground.
Well, I would also wouldn't have that magazine touching the edge either.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which layer I put it on.
You put the layer mask on. This is just my idea. You make the final decision, but that was my gut instinct when I looked at it.
Yes. Give me one quick second. I called it something. Magazine line art. Okay. Yeah, there we go. And then we will merge with that, and we will do this. Bam. There you go. So it looks like I planned it the whole time. Yeah, that does look better. See, this is why we have parallel play with our art. See?
I've read a lot of comics.
Yes. Yes. See, so this is the actual story is, hello, Miss Customer. Can I get you anything? Was there a cat in here? Right. And she has his note. Oh, I have to add the note stuff. Okay. I have to do that. And then he says, yes, I have his order right here. Oh, you brought the list he forgot. Looks like we got almost everything. I'll be right back with the rest for you to take back to your ship. Right. My ship? Oh, no, I'm not. Of course, crew don't pay for the bill. That's for your captain when he gets back from his meeting, right? And so she just kind of puts her hands on the cart and she says, yes, my captain, as I am his crew. And she's going to steal his cart. And so he's going to steal like all his stuff and he's going to come back and his stuff's going to be gone. No! And yet he's still going to have to pay the bill.
So he's going to be stealing himself. So this is going to be karma working against him. And so that's my useless little part of my storytelling. Very strange.
Oh, it's your story.
Yeah. It's we'll try and make it work. Let's see. Where was I going to grab that from? Let's see. No. Too far back. There we go.
I just can't believe you haven't seen Kolchak.
I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that I'm,
I gotta give you. I need to quiz your husband to see if he and I are on the same pop culture wavelength.
That's possible. He likes samurai movies. Are you a samurai movie fan?
No, sorry.
Yeah, see, then that's different.
Okay.
I mean, we're going to be honest here. Yeah, so let's see. So she's got the notes right there, and then he's going to have them write. Let's see, magazine line arts is going to be up here in line art. In line art. Yes. Okay. All right. Colors, line art. Bam. Okay. Map notes. Where's my map notes?
Well, let me ask you this one.
Aha.
Lost in Space.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not completely inept.
All right. Planet of the Apes.
I own the head of Dr. Zaius.
Oh, that's right.
Have I seen Planet of the Apes?
You
don't believe me. You don't believe in me.
You're a freaking kid.
I am a kid at heart, but I'm also going to be 40 this year, which is a milestone.
Which is nothing.
You say it's nothing, but it feels like something. It certainly feels like I'm.
40 is the new 27.
I don't believe that.
40 is the new 31.
I don't believe that either.
40 is the new 36.
I don't believe that either.
Okay. I'm doing my best here.
I know. I know you're trying, but I don't feel old. I feel like, going to the gym and trying to take care of myself and stuff.
You're smart. No one from my generation did that.
Well, the 80s had a huge movement towards health. Sorry about my girl. But the 80s had a huge movement towards health, and so did the 70s. People like.
But then we had the introduction of craft beer, and it canceled each other out.
I don't know. There's always been through the 90s and stuff, like exercise was emphasized. You had people like Bo Jackson and Michael Jordan as role models for people.
And then Richard Simmons.
Richard Simmons? Yeah, poor Richard Simmons. He's not doing well these days. Yeah. Do you know what's been going on with him?
No, he was a recluse for a while. There was some talk about whether or not he was being abused by his caregivers.
That's what I was going to talk about is, about the controversy and stuff about his caregivers or they're pushing him and pushing him and pushing him, and he got very sick, and they still kept pushing him. And then they pulled him away from everything and wouldn't let him be seen in public and stuff, and wouldn't let him talk to anybody in his life, like his friends and family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
and
I've seen that in regular non-celebrities as well.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
It's just it's a danger when you have a caregiver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's because of his age.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily, I don't know how to word it. Like the same thing kind of happened to George Carlin too. George Carlin had his wife Brenda, who was by his side his whole life. I mean, he had other girls and stuff before he met Brenda, but they were married for something like 50 years before she passed away from cancer.
Yeah.
And then he ended up marrying his nurse that was taking care of him.
Mm-hmm.
And according to friends and stuff, she just drugged him out of his mind on pills. Mm-hmm. and like made him sign all these papers and stuff when he wasn't really complicit in his own, dealings and stuff. Yeah. So yeah, it was, there's a lot of controversy there too. It's why I waited so long to read Final Words, which I'm reading right now, which is his memoir about his life and stuff, is because she was the one that reaped all the benefits of that book. And it, like, it just didn't sit well with me.
Yeah. It's, no one goes easy.
No.
And I have a lot of friends, because of my age, they're going through the end game with parents and occasionally siblings.
Yeah.
And, you have to be worried about scammers and abuse, and it's also not it's not really a job most people are suited for or ready for.
Mm-hmm.
No, I've noticed in our California culture, a lot of people, they don't, their relatives, the older relatives, are somewhere else. In California, a lot of people come to California to get a job and have a career, and they leave their family behind.
Yeah.
And the question is, when it's time for someone to take care of the elder person, it's new to them, and they're suddenly thrust into that role.
Yeah. I could see that. I mean, here's something else too, is, there were some, I'm not saying all, but I'm saying some parents that weren't always the best figures for their kids, or the best role model, or they were abusive, or whatever else, and then their kids don't take care of them, and then they're like, oh, my kids don't love me or whatever, without thinking if it was anything that, and like I've seen that happen too. Yeah.
Well, I just don't think that, of all the things that people are taught in school, that's not something that's really covered unless you study that in college. But there are people who grow up in large families, and they see firsthand, their parents dealing with their grandparents. Or their parents. So it's just this uneven teaching about it.
Well, I mean, the Asian population in the United States do take care of their elderly very well, and they move them in, and it, they mimic that behavior that happened in Asia. But there are good examples out there. My mom's living with my brother now.
Yeah.
And she picks up the niece and takes her home, and they have like fun together, and all the stuff. It's I think extended family is important, and I don't think we see a lot of that in the United States, or at least not as much as we should.
Well, I remember about 10 years ago reading stuff. I can't remember if it was The Economist or Forbes or whatever, but talking about the economic impact of the boomers as they hit retirement. And we're starting to see that more. And it means, there's talk like, why are all these people left the job market during the pandemic and not returning? And
because they retired.
Well, part of it is that they retired, but I also think a lot of people realized, I was working so that I could pay for childcare, or I was working that I could pay for elder care, and they're realizing, the money doesn't work out. So
that's what happened with Ian and I. Is we realized that all of my paycheck was going towards paying a babysitter, and that's one of the reasons why I became stay-at-home. Was to be able to rear my child and make sure that she is who I want her to be, or at least not want her to be, but like at least I have some kind of.
You want to groom her and indoctrinate her.
I do, but I want to groom her and indoctrinate her in the best way. Yeah. So.
Yeah, keep her away from Uncle Dale.
Why? Will you corrupt her?
I am a horrible, horrible uncle. There is a rumor that a friend's kid's first word was the F word because of me.
And
hi,
Chris Cox.
I taught my friend's kids early about sock puppetry and how sock puppets can say anything and get away with it.
Well, you're not wrong. I mean, yeah.
But no, I think what you're doing is a very smart thing economically, and I'm sure that you're getting a great deal of personal satisfaction out of it.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I'm talking about rearing my child and stuff. Yes, absolutely. But the gamble of spending all this time on Captain T, and no one knows who I am. I am not, bringing an audience with me to the table, and I'm just trying to draw, the shit out of these pages, and hope that people like what they see.
You never know. The problem is you never know. You never know what aspect of the work that you are doing that is going to lead to something. And sometimes it is the dumbest thing. Like I never made it as an artist, but my working in art supply stores and knowing how to talk to desktop publishers got me computer retail, and computer retail got me into Apple, and that's.
And you've never lived it down.
I've never lived it down, but it also it paid for things in a way I did not expect. Am I psychologically scarred forever? Yes. But I am sitting at home here, barely wearing pants, doodling. So
talking with me for some reason.
Well, I like you. Chuck likes you.
Well, Chuck and I've known each other
we talked briefly about this since the Modern Tales days.
Yeah.
And KeenSpot was one of the first companies that did webcomics. And Chuck was doing his own thing. And I don't know where Joey found him, but, you know, he was like delivering these amazing comics. And, you know, KeenSpot at the time didn't really have a reputation for, I should say, like the most professional work on the internet, right? There is, you know, typos and things like that. Their reputation has greatly improved over the years because what they did is they slimmed down their lineup. They used to have, you know, like 100 some odd comics on their lineup, and then they also ran Keenspace that became Comic Genesis, and then they, you know, they had the retail store and they had all this, and they tried to expand too fast, and they learned their lesson. And so now they're not like that. At least not as much.
I think I met Chuck at conventions. It was probably Big Wow, which was San Jose's attempt at a replacement for WonderCon. When WonderCon went to San Francisco. And Big Wow was a really nice con.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we bonded over the fact that we're both Sergio Aragonis fans.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrangled an invite to his studio, and so I could talk to him about how he worked. It's quite fascinating. If you haven't,
you can obviously do more than one at once. If you want to go through this list and you know, hey,
that's Ian listening to something.
But if you watch Chuck work, there's a lot of, especially when he works on the large children's books, there's a lot of improvisational drawing.
Oh yeah, I've seen his. You know, you can see his little wheels turn.
Yeah.
When you can see his face and he's drawing at the same time.
I'm very fortunate to be friends with him. He's a very nice guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't deserve Tina. But I try not to say that very often.
So I think I'm going to have to end it here because Ian has to get back to work.
Okay. It's good to talk to you, though.
Yeah, I am going to do the thing. So you know what the thing is.
Oh, the thing. Oh, no, don't put it on.
I'm going to do.
Here's a theme song for Chuck Whelan Showy. He asked me to write one, but I stole from David Bowie. Here's a theme song. Chuck Whelan is the best. We have lots of hosts, but we're running out of gas. Will you be our guest on? Will you be our guest on? Be on the Chuck Whelan Show. Whoa, 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 whoa.
If you're gonna have a show, you gotta have more guests, sweetie.